Burial of Ghosts, written by Ann Cleeves, and read by Colleen Prendergast. Prologue. My nightmares feature knives and blades and blood. I don't do falling down holes or being chased through deserted streets, and though usually I dream in black and white, the blood is very red, glossy, and it slides out from the rest of the scene, which is flat and dull. The worst thing is that when I wake, I realise it wasn't a dream at all. I'm in Blythe. It's market day and I'm there to shop for Jess. There's a stall where she buys all her fruit and veg. She knows the bloke who runs it and he always gives her a good deal. It's mid-morning with lots of people about. It's not long before Christmas and everyone's in the mood when they have to buy even if the stuff's crap, otherwise they feel they're not prepared. A foggy, drizzly day, and cold with it. There's a raw east wind which cuts into the skin. But it doesn't draw blood. Not like the scissors I buy in Woolworths. I ask the assistant to take them out of the plastic packet to check that they're sharp. I run my thumb across the blade, and there's a small red line, and then tiny, perfectly round red drops, like jewels. I fumble with the money when I pay, not because of the cut, which is already healing, but because my hands are freezing. From Woolworths, I wander back into the market square to pick up Jess's vegetables. I stop for a couple of minutes to look at the cassettes and CDs and chat to the ageing punk who sells them, and again to buy a £1/4 pound of coconut ice from the sweetie stall. I have a very sweet tooth. It's all still in pounds and ounces, of course. There are no kilos in Blythe. Then I notice a lad coming towards me with a pile of big issues. He's wearing combat trousers and big boots, expensive boots, new, not second-hand. I walk round him, trying not to catch his eye. Why? Because his thin face reminds me of someone I don't want to think about. A lad called Nicky, with a poet's face. Because I don't have a pound and I don't want to wait for change. And anyway, he must be working some sort of scam, because of the boots. I'm almost at the vegetable stall. There's a smell of cabbage leaves and oranges. Someone behind me touches my shoulder. "Big issue, miss." Aggressive, sneering, so close I can feel his breath on my neck. I swing round and stab him in the fleshy part of his upper arm with the scissors. He's a Blythe hard man, only wearing a sweatshirt despite the cold. I get him first go, feel the rip of the skin and the crunch of the bone as the blade hits off it. But when I lift my arm to strike again, someone holds me back. The bloke from the veg stall recognises me and shouts, and the crowd joins in. They're all screaming. The lad has dropped the pile of papers. The blood soaks through the grey sweatshirt and spatters the newsprint in slow motion, black and white and red all over. Like the joke. Chapter 1. In Morocco, I didn't dream at all. It was midday and hot, only April, but there'd been no rain all winter and the riverbeds were dry. Not that you'd believe that here, where the fields were irrigated and green. Some stream in the mountains had been tamed and channeled through open wooden pipes through a reservoir, then to the tiny fields, the date palms and the hedges of tamarisk, jacaranda and bougainvillea. The colours of the flowers were exploding in the sunlight, like it was some sort of trip or mystical experience, like I was in paradise. So, I was in paradise, riding a donkey led by an 8-year-old beauty with shiny black eyes, a torn skirt and bare feet called Latifa. An Australian backpacker who was staying in my hotel had sent me there. He'd given the directions to the palmery. "Worth a visit," he'd said, super cool. "If you want to get out of town, nice views." He hadn't mentioned it was on the Tripper route, and when I got there, bouncing the clapped-out Renault I'd hired for a week over the rocky track, there were 2 tour coaches from Agadir spewing out German housewives in shorts and vests. After a week on the beach, their skin was the same startling pink as the bougainvillea petals. I'd almost turned round and gone back. Not my scene. I'm a traveller, not a tourist. I don't do crowds. Then Latifa had come up, dragging the donkey behind her, hustling. "You like donkey ride, miss?" Some sixth sense telling her I was British. I looked at her over my shades. "How much?" She named a price in dirhams. The equivalent of £3, the first bargaining move. OK. She was shocked. Even tourists knew they were supposed to haggle. But I don't want to go where they're going. I nodded towards the Germans, who were being hoisted onto donkeys of their own. Somewhere quiet. No problem. They go to hotel, drink Coca-Cola, eat big meal, tagine, couscous, bread, eat, eat, eat. She puffed out her cheeks. Not a credible imitation of a fat German, but I knew what she was getting at. She clapped her hand over her mouth, thinking her honesty would cost her business, thinking I'd be offended, that we were all members of the same tribe. That's okay then. She still looked at me as if I were crazy for not trying to get a better price. I got out of the car. It would be like a sauna when I returned. The coaches had parked in the only shade. And she took me into paradise. She led me down the sandy paths, round the little fields, into that light and that colour. It was like swimming into a stained glass window, only there was sound too, everywhere birdsong and the humming of insects. I was as much a part of the jacaranda and the water trickling through the wooden pipes. More than that, it was as if the whole scene had been laid out for my enjoyment. For a moment, I lost myself in it. I heard Latifa's voice as if from a distance, chatting about a family and school, hoping maybe for a few extra dirhams tip for being friendly, because I'd already proved I was an easy touch. Driving back to the town, I made up my mind it was time to go home. I'd stopped being angry. And after a day, everything else would be an anticlimax. In Tarodant, I returned my car to the garage and organised a ticket for a bus to Marrakesh. The next day, I'd begin to make my way back. But slowly, because I'd need to get used to the idea. I'd lost the habit of making plans. Later, I walked through the streets which had already become familiar. My path took me past the bread shop, where the flat loaves were wrapped in a grey blanket, and the shop selling acacia twigs for firewood, past the souk, avoiding the skinny boys chasing goats and the young men with soft, dark eyes who wanted to practice their English or sell me a carpet or a silver Berber bracelet, to the poshest hotel in town, the one where the German tourists would stay if they had more class. I ate an expensive dinner on the terrace and drank most of a bottle of wine. Then I swam in the pool, which was built into the red stone of the city wall and surrounded by a garden. More jacaranda, more palms and vines. I swam until it was almost dark, and I was the only person in the water. I walked back to the place I was staying, a not-so-posh hotel, which got its mention in the rough guide for being central and providing reasonable value for money. I walked slowly, knowing it was the last time. Outside the cafes, old men with stern faces drank coffee. Bats dipped in and out of holes in the wall. The muezzins were calling the faithful to prayer from the mosque on the square. The Australian backpacker was waiting for me, alone and hopeful, by the bar of our hotel. I bought him a beer, then went to bed. Without him. You'd have thought I'd kicked him in the gut. The bus would take 8 hours and cost me less than half the meal I'd bought the night before. It would cross the flat plain of the Sus Valley, then head up into the mountains. The other passengers seemed to be local, mostly women and young children going to visit their families. The older women were wrapped up, so all I could see of them were curious eyes and a henna tattoo on the ankle. On the back seat, a couple of teenage boys were full of themselves and giggling. At first, I thought I would be the only European on it, but then, just as the bus was about to start, a man jumped on. He was middle-aged but lean and fit as a Berber hillsman, not a scrap of flesh on him. He was blonde. It was hard to tell from his hair, which was shaved convict short, but his eyebrows and lashes were almost white. There were other seats available, but only next to Moroccan women, who were already looking away from him, willing him to keep his distance. I knew he'd come up to me. "Do you mind?" He smiled in a shy, self-deprecating way which made him seem half his age. I did mind, but I could hardly say so. How could I explain? Actually, I had a near-mystical experience wandering around a bunch of date palms with a girl and a donkey. I want to see if I can recreate it, crossing the High Atlas. As I nodded for him to sit down, I was thinking too about his voice. Only 3 words, slightly accented, but I could place him on that. North of the Tyne and south of the Scottish border. He came from the same place as me. Except, of course, I could make no assumptions about my place of birth. We talked. Lizzie Bartholomew, I said, turning in my seat and holding out my hand, mock formal, a Brit keeping up appearances away from home. Philip. No last name. I wondered fleetingly if he had plans for the encounter. Was he saving himself from embarrassing consequences even then? The impression was confirmed when he took my hand. He was wearing a wedding ring. It was slightly too loose on his finger. And where exactly do you come from, Lizzie Bartholomew? My fellow northerner had placed me too. Newbiggin by the sea. Mocking. The full name made the town sound attractive, picture postcard pretty. You'd imagine a little harbour, children playing on the beach. I was drawn to it. I loved the big church on the headland, the double-fronted stone houses on Front Street. In one sense, it was precisely where I'd come from, where I'd been created. But pretty it wasn't. He'd know of Newbiggin by reputation. He'd have heard stories of kids marauding round the council estate, burnt-out cars on the golf course, the black beach caused by washed-up coal dust. I doubted if he'd ever been there. He raised his eyebrows. Upmarket, eh? It wasn't said cruelly. He was curious, that was all. We both laughed. And you? Newcastle originally, further up the coast now. Still giving nothing away. You're a long way from home, I said lightly. Holiday? Fulfilling a dream, he said, deadly serious. What dream would that be? Trekking in the Atlas Mountains. When I was a kid, there was a picture in a geography textbook. For some reason, it caught my imagination. Exotic, I suppose. A bit different from Heaton. Heaton was a Newcastle suburb. Not rough like the West End, but hardly smart either. From his voice, I'd have said he'd gone up in the world. You're on a bus, I said, hardly trekking. He smiled, slowly. Everything he did was slow and deliberate. I thought he'd be a good lover, patient. I wondered what he planned to do when we arrived in Marrakesh. Jessie always said I was shameless. Today I'm on a bus. I've been walking in the hills for 3 weeks with local guides. I came back for a few days to rest in a decent hotel. That would explain the lean, fit look. The Palais Salam? He nodded. I was there last night. I know, he said. I saw you swimming. Travelling alone? Ah. He leaned back in his seat and narrowed his eyes. My wife's a saint. She'd deny me nothing. I waited for him to continue, but he drifted into sleep. He slept for the first hour, his breathing regular and shallow, not waking even when we stopped in noisy squares to drop off and pick up passengers. I looked out of the window at endless citrus orchards, surrounded by vivid orange walls, then at acacia scrub, the trees grazed bare by the goats which scrambled through the branches. When the bus started climbing, he woke and continued the conversation as if the nap had never occurred. Why are you in Morocco, Lizzie Bartholomew? I mumbled something about needing a break. Sometimes things are complicated, you know? What sort of complications could you possibly have? It's a long story. It's a very long bus ride. So, I told him my story. Not all of it, but the stuff had spilled out over and over again, trying to impress new acquaintances, to get sympathy, to explain my choice of career. And he was hooked, I could tell. I spent most of my childhood in care, lots of different children's homes. I thought they tried to find foster homes these days. Oh, they tried, just not very hard. And I wasn't an easy kid. Some of the homes were okay, some were awful. Even in the good ones, the staff were distant. I suppose they had to stay detached or they'd go crazy. But you don't understand when you're a kid. Occasionally there'd be someone I really liked, but they always moved on in the end, or I'd be shunted away. Then there'd be the first day at another school, more kids to laugh, because however hard the staff tried, we always looked different. Clothes that didn't quite fit, no parents to come to open evenings or school plays. I was getting absolutely the response I wanted. I should have been on the stage. He was almost in tears. "Tough," he said. "Yeah," I replied, with a bit of a sneer. "Tough. What would he know? When I was 16, I left, always thrown out. They didn't like me much, too lippy, bolshy, stirring up insurrection among the rest of the kids. And I drank too much, way too much. They found me a place in a hostel, a sort of B&B for losers, dropouts and druggies in New Biggin. A social worker came once a week to check I was okay. I hated her. If I offered her a cup of tea, she always said she'd just had one. She was afraid of catching germs, or something worse. And were you okay? I was brilliant. Then I told him about Jess, who owned the place. She wasn't paid to be kind to me, or worry about my psychological welfare, only to wash my sheets and cook me breakfast. So, when she was kind, it counted. Jess had been a dinner lady in the primary school. Her aunt had died and left her the big stone house with its view of the sea. It was too big for her, but she couldn't bear to sell it. So she set up in business. Perhaps she'd been hoping for respectable guests, the bird watchers who turned up in the autumn, businessmen, students, reps, but she ended up with us. If she had space, she never turned anyone away. We were like the bairns from the infant class she used to treat for grazed knees and elbows. She gave us more sympathy than we deserved. Jess persuaded me to go to the Tech to take A-levels. She was a stubborn woman, as wide almost as she was high, dressed usually in charity shop jumble, jogging bottoms and a man's checked shirt. That day she'd smartened herself up. She dragged me at the college open day, stood with me at the enrolment desk. "What do you fancy then, bonny lass?" I'd taken English, because I liked the look of the teacher, a moody guy with hooded eyes, a shaved head and a leather jacket. Psychology, because Jessie thought it would be interesting, and sociology, because she said I had to do 3. You couldn't get to university without 3. None of her lodgers had been to university before. I'd be the first. I did it to humour her, thought she was mad. "Of course you passed," Philip said, flying colours. He hadn't spoken while I was describing my time at Jess's, but I could tell he was listening, properly listening, not just letting the words wash over him. 2 A's and a B. I grinned, remembering Jess's face when I waved the flimsy results slip under her nose. Only 5 marks short of an A in sociology. Philip smiled too, as if he was sharing my triumph, but I thought I should probably be more cool. Probably he and all his friends had brilliant A-levels. "What did you do at university?" he asked. "A social work diploma." "Of course." I thought I could make a difference to kids like me. I paused. Cheesy, huh? He didn't deny it, grinned again. "What did you do when you graduated?" "I wanted to work in residential care. I took a post in a secure unit." "Young offenders?" "Mostly. Or kids who were very disturbed, likely to harm themselves or other people." I expected another facetious comment, but none came. I loved it. Every day was different and challenging. I thought I was getting through to them. I thought I was developing some sort of relationship. But? No buts. It was just tough. I needed a break. Morocco seemed a good idea. He could tell there was more to it than that, but he didn't push it, not even when I started shaking. It must have been close to 100 degrees in that bus, but suddenly I was trembling. Philip put his arm around me and pulled me towards him. The woman in the seat in front of us turned and peered out through the slit in her veil. Her eyes were sparkling with interest and amusement. Chapter 2. That morning in the bus, Philip got my take on the story, the authorised version of the life and times of Lizzie Bartholomew. I didn't tell him everything. For example, I didn't describe the antics which really got up the noses of the authorities while I was a kid, the court appearances, the thieving, because despite his sympathy, he'd be on the same side as them. I could tell the sort of man he was. He'd pay his taxes at the first demand. He'd vote, write to the papers about crime figures, litter in the street, dog shite. He was decent and respectable. Lizzie Bartholomew is a fiction, not created by me but for me. I wouldn't exist except for the imagination and prompt action of two middle-aged ladies who stumbled upon me. Stumbled, literally. They were walking their dog along the headland in Newbiggin. It was the 30th of November, 6 in the evening, already dark. Fog blanked out the buoys in the bay, and they took the path through the churchyard because it was safer. The dog went ahead of them, so when I said before that they tripped over me, I was fibbing for effect. A bad habit of mine. The story's always more important than the truth. It wasn't the ladies who tripped over me, but the mongrel collie bitch. I was in the church porch, which was open to the elements on the seaward side, wrapped in a plaid blanket. Not newly born, they were told later, but not more than a week old. There were appeals for my mother to come forward, but no one was surprised when there was no response. I was a very dark baby, with black hair and olive skin made more sallow by jaundice, not a pretty child. It was assumed immediately that I belonged to the travellers who camped with their scraggy ponies and their clapped-out vans up the coast at Linemouth. They were a law unto themselves, the gypsies. Local people had no difficulty in believing that they ate babies. Not surprising, then, that they should leave one in the porch of a church. Later, apparently, the police went with a district nurse to talk to the group. You can imagine the scene. The animals, the raggle-taggle children, a fire in an oil drum kept alight with driftwood and sea coal. Of course they wouldn't talk to strangers. Why should they? In their position, I'd keep quiet too. If there was a young woman among them who had been pregnant but was no longer, or someone who drifted away, no one was telling. The group changed all the time. It wasn't a permanent sight. I'm not sure much else was done to trace my mother. There was an article in the local paper, I've seen that, but the assumption was that I'd been left by the gypsies and that I was better off without a family than belonging to a family of that kind. I'd had a narrow escape. So I was taken off to the hospital in Ashington and became the responsibility of the social services. They had to give me a name. Bartholomew came after St. Bartholomew's, the church. I never minded that. It sounded solid and impressive, like the building itself. And Lizzie. Not Elizabeth, even on the birth certificate. I would have liked Elizabeth. Lizzie, after the mongrel bitch. I should have been adopted. That was the plan. A short-term foster placement. Then, if my parents couldn't be found, adoption. But it never worked out that way. And later, when I asked why, no one could tell me, even when I stormed into the office and demanded to see my file. I suspect it was a mixture of lethargy, prejudice, and incompetence. None of the social workers cared enough to make it happen. Prospective parents were put off by my wild looks. I still looked foreign as I grew older, and my history. Perhaps they thought a child with gypsy blood would be uncontrollable. Did they imagine me cursing their cats and selling sprigs of heather at the neighbours' doors? The children's homes were much as I described them to Philip. They merge in my mind into a blur. There was one dreadful place run by nuns, but on the whole they were comfortable enough, just unimaginably dull. The workers seemed to fall into two camps. Either they were earnest young professionals who sat in the office writing reports and waiting to be promoted, or idle middle-aged women who watched hours of television while claiming to be overworked. Perhaps that's unjust and my memory's selective, but I don't recall any of them spending time with us. When I came in from school, for example, there was no one to listen to my petty grievances, and I always had plenty of those. On the television, I saw families eating together, playing board games, laughing. I thought everyone else in the world had that except us. Now, of course, I know better. What I'm trying to say is that there were adults in the building, but they were always doing other things. More important things. They didn't enjoy our company. We were deprived of their attention. That's my explanation for my behaviour, anyway, my excuse. At least it was at the time. They called my aggression attention-seeking. And so it was. Recently, everything has seemed much more complicated. The driver stopped at the top of the Test Pass at a roadside cafe for the driver to eat lunch. We got out to stretch our legs and marvel at the view. It was dizzying. We were looking down at snow and soaring vultures. Philip walked away from the road up a narrow path. He squatted on his heels to look more closely at the scrubby bushes, then called me to join him. "This is caper," he said. "You know, we use the fruit in cooking." That is the only identification I remember, but he would have named them all for me, all the plants and the trees, if I'd given him the chance, shown any interest at all. He could have been engrossed there for hours, but he sensed my attention wandering. "Are you hungry?" he asked. In this mood I was always hungry. As we walked back to the cafe, the peace was broken by a car screaming past. It seemed there was a Spanish motor rally taking place, a time trial, I think, not a race. Occasionally, a car would flash by and men with stopwatches would wave their arms and yell at each other. I found the speed and the noise exciting, but Philip was furious. "It's completely ruined. Our last stop in the mountains, how dare they?" If he'd been alone, I think he would have confronted the loud Spaniards, made a scene. I thought he was used to getting his own way. "It's no big deal," I said. "You'll come back. There are other places." "Maybe." He wandered inside and came back with a tray. There was a plate with an omelette, a loaf of flat, sweet bread, a bowl of salad, and 2 cans of Coke. He put the plate in front of me, on the wooden picnic table, wiping the knife and fork with a paper napkin. Then he opened one of the Cokes and took a swig. "Aren't you eating?" He shook his head. "Too hot." He took a pair of binoculars from his bag and looked down the valley at the vultures, wincing occasionally when a car went past. He pointed out a family of wild boars, a mother and 4 piglets, skittering through the shrub below. As I handed back the binoculars and returned to my food, he said, "What plans do you have for Marrakesh, Lizzie Bartholomew?" I looked up from the meal, expecting him to be grinning again, but it was almost as if he were holding his breath, waiting for an answer. "That depends," I said. "On what?" "On you." He nodded, satisfied. I insisted on giving him the cash for my lunch. It was a matter of pride that I'd never been paid for sex. Chapter 3. There was other stuff I hadn't told Philip, and that I wasn't so proud of. I didn't talk about the stealing and the court appearance. He would probably have understood. He was a kind man. He'd have made allowances. It might even have made him laugh. I would have liked to have made him laugh. But he got the story everyone else got, the expurgated version. We own our own past, don't we? We can do what we like with it. I didn't risk telling him about the time in Blythe. I don't like to think about that tale, and certainly there weren't many jokes in it. Nothing to entertain even a kind man like Philip. I started running away from kids' homes when I was 14. I would go to stay with Katie Bell. She'd left care a year before, but she couldn't really cope on her own. She'd never been much of a fighter. She made a bit of a fuss when I turned up on her doorstep, but only because she didn't want trouble with the social. She soon let me in, and I slept on her floor. It was all right in the flat. Katie could have done more with it, but she didn't care about anything, except a lad called Danny and the gear he brought with him. Danny didn't like me being there. He said I was crazy, a moody cow. When he was around, I kept out of the way, moving to other people's places, from floor to floor. Then he got sent down for dealing, and Katie was only too glad to have me back for company. It was okay. Like we were playing house. When I went thieving, I brought out quilt sets and cushion covers, besides the food and the booze. I had no money at that time, but I never did drugs, and I never sold myself. There was this dream I'd had since I was small. My mother would come out of the blue to claim me. She'd just knock at the door and she'd be standing there. I'd know her at once. She'd look like me, except her face would be rounder and softer. I didn't want her to find me on the game. Perhaps that was an excuse. Perhaps I was just scared. That's what Katie said, but she'd never been the sharpest tool in the box, and I didn't take any notice of her. I wasn't on the run, not really. The authorities could have taken me back at any time they wanted. It wouldn't have been difficult to find out where I was sleeping. If they weren't bright enough to guess, any of the kids left in the home would have told them. I even went to school most days. It was somewhere to go when Katie was getting on my nerves and there was a free dinner. I'd never admit it, but I liked school. I liked waking up in the morning knowing there was something to do. I suppose I needed the structure. I thrived on the routine. Of course, I'd been institutionalised. I've got A-level psychology and a social work diploma. I know about these things. They would have let me drift along at Katie's until I was 16 if I hadn't turned up in court. It was my fault. I'd gone back to an Asda I'd already done before, and they must have recognised me and sent someone outside to wait. It was supposed to work like this. You'd put a load of stuff in your trolley, but only half the amount you could get rid of. You'd take it through to the till and pay for it, then push it outside. Katie would be waiting for me there. She'd take over the trolley and disappear, in a minicab if we were buying booze for other people and they were willing to pay. I'd keep the receipt, go back into the shop and buy exactly the same stuff. Then I'd bypass the till, Asda's good for that, loads of space, and go to the coffee shop for a cup of tea, dead leisurely and laid back. I'd pack some of the stuff into the spare bags I'd picked up on the first way through, as if I was just rearranging the load. If anyone stopped me, which they only did once, I'd have a receipt to prove that I'd paid for my trolley load. Of course, all the receipts are date and time stamped, but I could explain the difference in time by the tea. That day, though, they got Katie just as she was getting into the cab. The muppet cracked up at once and told them everything. I ended up in court. First offence, so I only got a conditional discharge. I had to eat, didn't I? But social services had to take me back to the home and promised to keep a closer eye on me. You'd have thought the dreams might have started then, but they didn't. I always slept like a baby at Katie's and in the home. So the dreams can't have been in my blood, can they? I wasn't born with them. We arrived in Marrakesh in the late afternoon. It was busier and noisier than Taradent. The sound hit us as we climbed down from the bus, blaring horns and shouting people, everyone on the hustle. We booked a room in a hotel from the rough guide again. I think Philip had somewhere else planned. I'd guess one of the big American chains, the Hilton or the Sheraton, a halfway house between North Africa and home, somewhere to make the adjustment before flying back to his wife. He didn't say. I suggested this place, and he agreed. Inside it was cool. The lobby was tiled on the walls and the floor, so it was like walking into a swimming pool. There were the same strange shadows and reflections. The air felt as thick as water, moved by a slow fan on the ceiling. We drank black, bitter coffee at a low table, while the man on the desk went to get our room ready. "Are you sure about this?" I asked. Suddenly I was certain that he'd never been unfaithful to his wife before. I didn't like to think of myself as a corrupter of married men. I still had an idealised view of family life taken from the TV sitcoms I'd watched in the children's homes. "Absolutely," he said. "Another dream fulfilled." What dream would that be? Being seduced by a young and beautiful stranger. He was quite serious, and I loved it. Apart from when he had put his arm around me in the bus, we still hadn't touched, but I felt swept along by the adventure. It seemed an extension of the experience at the Palmery, exotic, unreal. The room was on the ground floor. A door led into a courtyard, surrounded on all sides by high walls covered with vines. There were latticed shutters and more terracotta tiles, a bathroom with a huge old-fashioned tub, which had probably been there since the days of the French. A low double bed, covered with a cotton quilt, stood in the middle of the room. I bathed and changed into a white dress. It occurred to me for a moment, as I slipped it over my head, that I was being incredibly foolish. I knew nothing about this man. He could be a rapist or a serial killer. If he chose to slit my throat in an anonymous hotel room in Marrakesh, he would get away with it without a doubt. Perhaps the dress was white for sacrifice, for innocence and naivety. But there's no pleasure without risk. And anyway, I trusted my first instinct about him. We ate early in the courtyard, where tables had been set and covered by starched sheets like altar cloths. Brightly coloured birds shouted from the vines. I had thought Philip would be hungry. He'd eaten nothing all day. but he picked at the food, moving it round the plate with his fork like a fussy child. He must be a meat and two veg sort of man, I thought, disappointed. He hadn't struck me as that type. Afterwards we lingered, ordering more coffee. I think we were both shy then. We wanted to put off the time when we would be alone together in the room, but this deferment of gratification increased the excitement too. It became almost a sexy game. I waited for him to make the first move. For him, it was a big deal, not really a game at all. It had to happen at his pace. At last, he pushed back his chair and stood up. "Shall we go?" I followed him and saw that he'd left an extravagantly large tip for the waiter. Guilt, perhaps. He couldn't pay me, so he left his money to a bald Moroccan who spoke English with an absurd American accent. In the room, he pulled the shutters closed. Light and the noise of the other diners and the city beyond filtered through the slats, but very faintly. He sat on the bed and carefully took off his shoes and his socks. They had been clean on after the bath. I had seen him take them from the rucksack, and they had looked then almost as if they had been ironed. Had his wife done his packing for him? I stood in front of him, so when he looked up he couldn't ignore me. He looked into my face, took my hands, and pulled me onto the bed beside him. He touched me like a blind man whose only understanding comes through the fingertips, a chaste and delicate exploration of my face and neck and arms. But with a heightened sensibility that had stayed with me since the ride in the Palmery, I felt every movement over my skin in my gut. It was as if I was tasting it through my pores, each touch an explosion like sherbet in the mouth. He lifted me to my feet and pulled the dress over my head. He was patient, as I'd expected him to be, careful, but there was a desperation I'd not expected. He tried to control it, but in the end he let rip, like a lad who's been inside for years on his first night out with a woman. In the end it was a glorious, noisy, unsophisticated shag, which left us breathless and close to laughter. I thought his wife must be one of those frigid, overworked, exhausted women who'd do it once a month, and then only if the wind was in the right direction. We lay panting and sweaty, our arms around each other. "Well?" I asked, fishing for compliments. "Did it live up to expectations, being seduced by a strange young woman?" "Absolutely. Now I can die happy." He turned so he was lying on his back, looking up at the ceiling. He seemed content, a sleek cat purring on a sunny windowsill. "What about you? Was it a terrible chore, an errand of mercy for an old man?" "Dreadful. Couldn't you tell?" I had to joke. I was on the verge of asking if we'd be able to meet again, and that would spoil it. Even if he agreed, sneaky lunchtime meetings, evenings when he was supposed to be working, all that would become squalid and shabby. Better to live with this memory. He rolled lazily onto his side and stroked my hair away from my face. "What about your dreams, Lizzie Bartholomew? What will you do next?" "Go back north again, I suppose. I can always stay with Jess until I sort myself out, get a job." "With social services?" "It's what I'm trained for." But I knew I'd never work with kids again, certainly not in a residential home. After what happened in Blythe, I'd be given the boring stuff, if they let me loose on the public at all. I pictured myself in an area office with a caseload a mile long, dipping in and out of people's lives, arranging a home help here, a stair lift there. Sticking plaster solutions, never having the time or the resources to do anything well. The office would be open plan, with Snoopy posters fading on the walls and plants dying on the desks. The people would be frantic and frazzled, and they'd expect me to be grateful for my one last chance. "That's not a dream," he said. "Tell me about the dream." "I want to work for myself, doing something I care about, making a difference. I still want to live on the coast. I want a room in an attic to work in, a sloping roof, and a view of the sea." "You've thought about it before?" "No. It had just come to me, like a vision. I thought it was time to get back to Jess. I was going loopy, and she'd bring me down to earth." We fell asleep almost immediately, despite the noise of the amplified call to prayer from the mosque on the other side of the square, and the traffic, and the people. When I woke, he'd gone. He left a note saying nice things about me, which I'll keep forever, but no address, and not even his full name. Chapter 4. I was going home. It was mid-afternoon on a grey, sleety day, and the train was almost empty. Occasionally, I'd conjure up that last night in Marrakesh and feel a Cheshire cat grin spread across my face, but none of the other sad travellers noticed. Through the window I looked out for the familiar signs, like marker stones, which would point the way back to Jess. The red, sandstone bulk of Durham Cathedral, the Angel of the North, rusted to a darker red, its wings open in an unconditional embrace of welcome. The Tyne, with its bridges. The train slowed to a crawl across the river. The tide was high. On the quayside there were already lights in the bars and restaurants, reflected in the water. It was rush hour busy. I saw pasty faces, hunched bodies wrapped up against the weather that had nothing of the spring in it. I missed the Moroccan light, the startling colours, and had to persuade myself that I was glad to be back. The trip from Newcastle to Newbiggin took more than an hour. The talk which eddied around the overheated bus was familiar. Newcastle United's failure to achieve, again, television soaps, the weather. There was room enough for my rucksack and me to share a double seat, and no one spoke to me. Rain and dirt mixed on the windows, so I couldn't see out. I must have dozed and woke with a start to find the bus empty and the driver leaning out of his seat to yell at me. "This is it, pet, as far as we go." I'd missed my stop, but only by a couple of 100 yards. I stepped out, and there was the smell of seaweed and mud, with a faint reek of fish in the background. The pavement was grainy from blown sand. I lifted the rucksack onto my back and walked away from the church. A gang of teenagers, skimpily dressed despite the weather, chased past me to catch the bus back into town. It revved like an old man coughing phlegm and drove off. The town was quiet. I hadn't told Jess when I was coming home. We weren't family, there wasn't that sort of obligation. I didn't kid myself. She cared for all the dropouts and druggies who were dumped on her doorstep by social services. It was just that I'd stayed there longer, so she was used to me. And I was one of her first. I'd paid a month's rent for my room in advance, so she told it for me. She had to live. I realised that, in one sense, the connection between us was financial, on her part at least. I liked to think that our friendship meant more to her than that, but it wasn't something I could take for granted. The stone house where she lived was at the end of an alley off the main street. There was a yard where the dustbins were kept, and the washing line was strung, reached through a latched gate in a high wall. This was the back. The front faced the sea, and you could only get there on foot along a promenade which the council had created in an attempt to tart up the town. There was a small garden at the front. It had a path of shingle and shells, a few wind-blown shrubs, and a white bench with a view across the small harbour of the church. I'd done most of my reading for university finals there. I went in through the back, past the box of empty wine bottles ready for recycling, the piles of moulding newspapers tied up in string. There was a light in the kitchen window. I eased the rucksack off my back and looked in. Jess was at the antique gas stove, stirring a pan. Broth, I thought, and felt hungry. She made good broth, with ham shanks and split peas, and whatever vegetables she could pick up cheap at Blythe Market. She was only supposed to give us a room and breakfast, but if anyone was around in the evening she fed us, even if it was only bread and cheese or beans on toast. She was a short woman, squat, with most of the weight settled on her hips and bum. Today she was wearing jeans and a long silk tunic which I didn't recognise. She must have been raiding the Oxfam shops again. Over it, she wore a green canvas apron, which I'd bought her to replace the horrible dinner lady nylon overalls. She had her back to me, but I could picture her face, crinkled now, but only round the eyes, so it looked as if she was laughing, and the biggest smile in Northumberland. Her hair was cropped short. If she was going out, she put on earrings. Today, although she was in, she was wearing long silver fish. I'd given her those too. I wondered if she'd guessed that I was coming home. I got closer to the window, intending to knock to surprise her, and then I saw she wasn't alone in the kitchen. There was a man I didn't know. He stood at the table, opening a bottle of wine. A new lodger, I thought. There was a spare room. Just before I'd gone on a holiday, a smackhead called Stuart had been sent down for thieving from cars. Jess had gone to court to speak up for him, but none of us were sorry. He'd been stealing from us and probably from her too. Jess had said perhaps his conviction was a good thing. It would give him a chance to get clean. Jess is still very innocent. I love that in her. We all do. We try to protect her. The stranger would have been in his mid-40s, 50 perhaps. His head was almost bald, lumpy as if it had been roughly carved from wood. Usually we got kids to stay, but it wasn't unknown to have someone older, often someone who'd done a long stretch in prison if there was no vacancy in a probation hostel. I thought it was crazy, but Jess never asked what they'd done. I mean, we could have been sharing broth with a paedophile or a mad axeman. One new start, she'd say. Everyone deserves that. I wondered sometimes if she was religious, if that was why she did it, but she never said. So far as I knew, she never set foot inside a church. Certainly she never tried to convert us. As I watched, the new man opened the bottle and put it on the table. He didn't have that drawn, grey look of someone who's been inside for a long time. His face seemed tough and wind-beaten, like those of the old men in the village who'd worked on boats all their lives. And he wasn't frightened. He went up behind Jessie and put his hands on her shoulders, then slid them down past her waist to her hips. Carefully she leaned the wooden spoon against the side of the pan and turned to him, tilting her face to be kissed. I felt sick. I suppose it must be like if you're a teenager in a real family and you catch your parents making love. I wasn't ready to share her. I must have moved or made a noise because she saw me. She spread her arms wide, a gesture as welcoming as the angel of the north. I opened the door and went in, dragging the rucksack behind me. I stood there in the steamy kitchen, awkward and brittle and defensive, as when I'd first arrived. "Take a seat, Hinny, you're blocking out the light." The same words I should used the first time when I'd been pushed through the door by the social worker. She winked to show she remembered that, even after all these years. So what else could I do but sit at the table and take a glass of wine and look pleased to see the new man in her life? His name was Ray. He was a plumber. He'd come one evening to fix the boiler, and they got talking and realised they'd been to school together. He'd been married and divorced when he was young and stupid. No kids, thank God. Jess had offered him a bite to eat because she thought she was some sort of mother to the world. He'd taken her to the folk club in Cramlington because that was what he was into. Traditional folk and brewing his own beer. Sad bastard. Since then, they'd seen each other every day. Jess told me all this, her words spilling out so they hardly made sense. Ray didn't say much. He was wearing a thick check shirt and brown corduroy trousers, heavy shoes like walkers wear when they're not on a mountain. It was hard to imagine him young or stupid, anything other than a boring anorak who liked listening to hairy musicians singing with one finger in the ear. Jess could have done better, but why would she listen to me? The letter came 6 weeks later. I had been thinking a lot about Philip. Memories of the night in Marrakesh distracted me when I read. Occasionally I believed I saw him in the street, just his back, as he disappeared round a corner, the face of a driver as a car went past. But it never was him. I liked to think that he would come to find me, but I knew he had too much to lose. It arrived on the last day of May. We'd had a week of hot, sunny weather. I was sitting on the bench in the front garden, reading Virginia Woolf's To the Lighthouse. The dream-like ramblings suited my mood. Jackie, the postman, dropped the envelope into my lap on his way to the house with the rest of the mail. I didn't open it immediately. It was made of thick, cream paper. In embossed lettering on the back flap was printed, Smith and Howden, Solicitors. Oh, Christ, I thought. The lad in Blythe has gone through with his threat of claiming damages. The idea of reliving that experience in front of men in fancy dress made me want to throw up. When I opened the envelope, I was shaking. I pulled out one sheet of laser-printed cream paper. Dear Miss Bartholomew, I regret to inform you that Philip Sampson died on the 27th of May following a serious illness. His funeral will be held on the 3rd of June at midday at St. Bede's Church, Wintry-Law. As a result of your meeting in Taradant, Morocco, he wished me to inform you of his death. There are other matters which I would prefer to discuss in person. If it would be convenient, perhaps we could do that following the funeral. Yours, Stuart Howden, Solicitor. I stared for a moment at the thick cream paper, let my eyes run over the words without taking them in. Then I began to cry. The sun and the breeze from the sea dried the tears on my cheeks, so all that was left was the taste of salt. Chapter 5. Around that time the dreams returned. Not the pleasant fantasies about bumping into Philip in the street. I tried to recreate these, but couldn't bring him back to life, however hard I tried. These are different sorts of images, and they have stayed with me ever since. It doesn't only happen at night. They appear suddenly during the day when I'm wound up or troubled. Flashbacks, Lisa, my community nurse, calls them, but that makes you think of memory, and these are more like nightmares. They have that unreal, blurry-edged feeling. I'm not sure that what I see in these flashbacks actually happened. I don't trust them. If there's a knife in the scene, I focus in on it immediately. It's like I'm filming. The knife appears in close-up, lovingly, seductively. Sometimes I think I stabbed the lad in Blythe with a knife, but I know that's not right. In Blythe, it was scissors. We all have fantasies, don't we? My first fantasies were about my mother coming to the kids' home to find me, then about sex. Now they're about knives. Lisa asks if I think about cutting myself, and I say no. In my dreams, other people do the cutting. Or I cut them. So, there's this one flashback. I'm in the secure unit where I worked when I left college. The kids are fraught and jumpy. It seems as if it's been raining for weeks and they can't get out. So I say suddenly, a brainwave, right, we'll do some cooking. Because that's a new activity for them, and they're bored out of their brains locked up in that place. Do I ask permission? No. I'm the senior social worker on duty. Who would I ask? The kitchen's empty. The cook takes a break after the lunchtime rush. It's early afternoon, but outside it's nearly dark, and the scene is lit by very white strip lights. Everything is so clean it gleams. There's a lot of stainless steel, throwing back blurred reflections, a big central table with a shelf underneath for pans, an oven industrial-sized, and knives. They're kept at the back of a drawer, away from prying eyes, though the kitchen is usually out of bounds to the children. Zoom in on the knives. There are 4 of them with yellow plastic handles, all wedge-shaped, but different sizes. I don't take them from the drawer. Naive I might be, but I'm not that daft. I find flour in a stainless steel drum in the larder and some sachets of dried yeast, and we make bread. Kneading the dough on the table, the kids are calmer than they've been for days. I congratulate myself. I really think I'm good at this job. I imagine that in a few years I could be running the unit, taking decisions, planning policy. I show the kids how to form the mixture into rolls by circling it between floured palms, like Jess taught me. It's a positive decision to make rolls, not loaves. They'll be quicker to cook, and these are seriously disturbed children with a low boredom threshold. But it's also because I want the kids to taste their baking. You have to cut a loaf, and there's one boy at least I wouldn't trust around a bread knife, so I wasn't thoughtless or reckless. That charge was laid against me, but I tell myself it's not true. Zoom in on the drawer again. There are only 3 knives left. Ray gave me a lift to Wintry-Law. Jess organised it. He's got a job towards there anyway, she said, though I didn't believe her. Just give him a call on his mobile when you need to get back. He had a creased Ordnance Survey map, but we got lost. The church was next to a big house, a couple of miles out of the village. I could tell that much by the map, but not how to get there. I was supposed to be navigating, but the wiggly lines didn't make much sense. I couldn't tell the footpaths from the unadopted roads. In the end, Ray pulled over into the side of a lane. "You might just as well get out here," he said. "I don't think I can get much further. This is it, according to the map, like." He was anxious, apologetic, knowing he'd get nacked by Jess for not delivering me all the way, but I was glad to escape. The ditches were full and the hawthorn hedges grown into crazy shapes and covered with blossom. There were 2 pillars, smeared with lichen, the edges of each stone worn smooth by the wind, like boulders on a beach. No gate. A grass track leading through the trees, the leaves Granny Smith green, shimmering silver occasionally when turned by the breeze. On the floor, white, star-shaped flowers and overblown bluebells, the vivid colours of a Moroccan rug. The sun was behind me and threw my shadow, lengthened slightly, onto the track. I took a breath and stepped between the pillars. Of course, I knew this couldn't be the right way into the Wintry Law estate. No cars had ever gone down this track. Perhaps once there had been phaetons, strangers on dark horses, children in donkey carts, but no cars. The track turned, and below me I saw the house. The crumbling stone gleamed in the morning sunshine. I was looking down on the roof, could see the moss growing in the gutters and the grass between the slates. For a moment, I believed I could see into the great chimneys, to the hearths and the stoves below. I imagined high ceilings and ornate furniture. Beyond the house, the main drive swept away into the distance, and there was a little grey church. From this perspective, all I could see was a squat tower. The nave was hidden by a plantation of Scots pine. Beyond that, a line of light. The sea. Standing on the grass, I thought I could smell it, and the tang of pine. I walked on, heading for the church, not shy anymore, not worried about meeting strangers or bumping into Philip's family, confident that I could do him proud. I was wearing the white dress from Marrakesh. Jess had been put out when I appeared in it. Really, pet, I don't think that's quite the thing. What about that nice suit we got for court? I knew already that a boring business suit wouldn't have done, not for this place. I had to walk past the house to reach the church, and as I approached it from the back, I realised a crowd had gathered. I heard voices first, at least the sound of voices without being able to hear what was said, as you hear the sound of soft foreign sibilants in a market in Africa. Then I turned a corner and saw them, very English in all their eccentricities. Still, the tones were muted. They weren't those loud, braying voices that I'd heard when I'd gone with Jess to the county show. Voices bred to be heard above the hounds. There were lots of them standing around with glasses in their hands, so again I was made to think of the hunt, of the followers waiting outside a pub for the spectacle of the master, all dressed up in his costume of red and black. Here, it is true, there was more black than red. They stood in small groups, chatting. I supposed they were neighbours from the village come to say goodbye. Rural Northumberland is very feudal. I could tell at once which of them was Philip's widow. She was standing apart from the others, surrounded by her family and a couple of friends. She had a striking face, very thin and gaunt, asymmetrical, with a strangely twisted nose. If that makes her sound ugly, then I'm given the wrong impression. It was a strong face which demanded to be watched. The eyes were thin and long like a cat's and very dark. She wore a sleeveless black dress which almost reached to her ankles, and over that a tight chiffon jacket. Her shoes were pointed, Victorian in style. It all gave an impression of fancy dress. She didn't wear gloves, though I thought she had probably wanted to. Black, lacy gloves reaching to her elbows. Someone had told her they wouldn't be quite the thing, just as Jess had objected to my white frock. Her hair was platinum blonde and waved like a 1930s film star's. Her daughter was blonde too. Her hair lay in a sheet down her back. She had a blue straw hat with a velvet ribbon, held on with thin elastic under her chin, a navy blue dress with little puffed sleeves and white tights. I didn't notice the shoes because she turned suddenly and noticed me, then pointed to her mother, who stared in my direction too, with hostility, I thought. Perhaps Philip had confessed about his fling in Marrakesh. Perhaps she needed someone to blame for his death and had brought me here to make a scene. But she frowned, as if she had no idea who I was. She asked the small boy who was kicking pebbles on the drive, staring very hard at his feet in an attempt not to cry. He looked up, glad of the distraction, but obviously he didn't recognise me either. I stood hovering on the edge of the terrace, feeling as insubstantial as a ghost. I was rescued by a round man in a brocade waistcoat. He gave a few words of explanation to the widow, then walked towards me. His legs were short, and he moved with a peculiar bobbing action, like a child's mechanical toy. Something fat. A pig, perhaps. "Elizabeth Bartholomew?" He eyed me from head to toe. "I'm Stuart Howden." He smiled unpleasantly. "Lizzie," I said. "You're not what I was expecting." I wanted to know what he was expecting, how Philip had described me, but he went on. "I've told Joanna you work for me and you wanted to pay your respects. It seemed best." "Yes," I said. "Stick with me." An order. As if, left to myself, I might cause mayhem. Then he smiled again, an inappropriate grin, the result, perhaps, of nerves. Maybe he thought it made him appear attractive. Girls, younger than me, dressed in black frocks and little white aprons, came out through double doors onto the terrace. They carried heavy wooden trays and began collecting glasses. The whole setup seemed very old-fashioned, like a period drama on the television. I imagined them living in bleak cells in the attic. Mr. Howden saw me look at them. "A catering firm from Alnwick," he said. "It's cost Joanna an arm and a leg, this funeral." Again, I wondered if he considered I was to blame. The crowd sputtered to a silence. The hearse was moving slowly down the drive towards us. There were no flowers on the coffin. The car stopped outside the house, and we formed a ragged group behind it, with Joanna and her children in the front. It pulled off at walking pace, and we followed. Once, perhaps, the church had been for the use of the house and the estate, but now it was clear it belonged to the village. There were notices about beavers and rainbows in the porch, a poster left over from last year's harvest festival. I have a fondness for old and neglected churches, hardly surprising, perhaps. Inside there was a fine stained glass window. Full sunlight shone through it, and I was reminded again of the colours of Morocco, of bougainvillea and jacaranda. The vibration of the organ music made me feel dizzy. I sat on the polished pew and bowed my head, not an attempt to pray, but to stop myself from fainting. The vicar was white-haired, rather unsteady on his feet. At first I suspected he might be drunk, but I think he'd suffered from a stroke. He had very long canine teeth, so he reminded me of a vampire. I wondered if the children had seen the likeness, even in their grief. I hoped they had, and they'd feel able to share a joke about it. I imagined them looking at each other, pulling monkey faces and rolling their eyes. They were sitting on the front row, so no one would see them except the vicar, and he didn't count. He must be used to small children taking the piss. We stood and sang Jerusalem, which seemed a peculiar choice for the occasion. There were very few satanic mills in this part of the country, and even the mines and factories further south had all gone. It was from the white-haired vicar that I heard how Philip had died. "Cancer," he said solemnly in his introduction. Of course. That explained the skinhead look, his lack of appetite, his tendency to fall asleep suddenly. I had thought him very fit and a fussy eater, and all the time he'd been struggling to stay alive. I learned, too, that he'd been a magistrate and a churchwarden, a stalwart member of the community, as I predicted. There was no mention of how he'd earned his living. Perhaps he'd been on the sick for so long that no one remembered, as with me. The next hymn took me back to my first year in secondary school. It had been a favourite of Miss Wallace, who taught us RE. Miss Wallace had taken me under her wing, kept me back after class occasionally to ask how I was. I fell in love with her, in a way. Once I'd said to her, in a joking, self-protective voice, "Ever thought of fostering, miss?" I'd known, of course, that adoption was too much to hope for. There'd been a look of panic in her eyes, and I don't think she answered. Her kindness had been professional, like all the others. There's something moving about singing with a big crowd. I joined in. Not forever in green pastures would we ask our way to be. Sometimes Mr. Howden shot me odd looks, as if I was making too much sound or hitting a wrong note, but I took no notice. He was just moving his lips, like someone miming badly on a pop video, so he was in no position to criticise. When the service was over, we went outside. Joanna was standing at the door shaking hands, but I slipped past. The sun seemed very hot. Perhaps the breeze had dropped, or perhaps I felt it more coming out of the cool of the church. The graveyard sloped towards the pine plantation and was reached through a narrow gate. I wondered how the pallbearers would get the coffin through, but they managed without difficulty. They were 6 very brawny men with scalped heads. It occurred to me that they might have had treatment for cancer too, that they were there as a symbol of hope, but I overheard someone say that they belonged to a rugby club in Alnwick. Apparently, when Philip was fit, he'd been a member too. We filed through the gate after them and past the old headstones to the grave. There seemed to be no recent stones, and I thought no one had been buried here in years. A hole had already been dug, and we stood in last year's leaf mould until the ceremony was over. It was completed much more quickly than I'd expected, though when the vicar dismissed us, the hole still hadn't been filled in. A mound of earth, as dark as soot, still stood there. I wished they'd used it to cover up the coffin. I'm not sure why the bare planks made me feel so uneasy, but I felt embarrassed, as if an unclothed body was lying there, and as soon as the vicar had stopped speaking, I turned away. I expected everyone to wander away then. I hoped, at last, to discover why I was there. But no one moved. They waited as if they knew something else was about to happen. There was a moment of silence, broken only by the rooks cackling in a deciduous tree near the church. Joanna stepped forward. She spoke quietly, so we had to strain to hear her, but that was what she wanted. She had the range to carry her voice right back to the house if she put her mind to it. "This is where Philip wanted to be buried," she said, smiling sadly. "He was always something of a pagan. He worshipped in church every Sunday, but I'm not sure what he was worshipping. I rather suspect it was all this." She made a dramatic gesture with her arm, which took in the spinney of Scots pine in the sky. "We've been growing an oak sapling from an acorn. Flora and Dickon watered it while Philip was away on his travels. He wanted us to plant it for him close to his grave. Perhaps you'll allow us time to do that on our own. Please go back to the house. We'll join you there shortly." She paused for a moment, like an actor waiting for applause, then gave a quick, lopsided smile and took her children's hands. The boy held out his reluctantly. He still looked close to tears. Flora gazed out at us with a clear-eyed stare. The audience muttered sympathetically and walked slowly back to the church gate. I lingered and looked back once. The spade and the sapling must have been waiting because Joanna was already digging with great energy. She had hitched up her long, tight skirt and was pressing hard on the blade with her Victorian shoe. In Morocco, I'd pictured someone very different for Philip's wife, a repressed and reined-in creature. This woman wasn't the conventional wifey I'd imagined. She pulled out the spade and thrust it in again at a slightly different spot. It cut through the earth like a sword. Chapter 6. The wide front doors to the terrace were thrown open and tables had been set in the hall inside, long trestles covered in white cloths and piled with food. A central staircase led upstairs. It was a tantalising invitation to explore, but one of the tables blocked the way. There were elaborate arrangements of white flowers and stands. I thought it was more like a wedding than a funeral, though how would I know? Without relatives, you seldom get invited to either. The lunch was one of those affairs where you have to balance a plate, a glass and a napkin in one hand and continue to make polite conversation at the same time as eating. Not my sort of event, even though the little waitresses were out in force again, and it wouldn't have been hard to get seriously pissed. Stuart Howden seemed to have disappeared. I sat outside on a stone step, looking towards the church, listening to the conversation going on behind me, trying to discover more about Philip. It was what this was about, wasn't it? An opportunity to share our memories, except mine I would hug to myself. Did you see that piece about Philip in the Sunday Times magazine? The voice was educated female, elderly. An aunt of Joanna's, I decided. A couple of months ago. He was ill by then, although it wasn't mentioned. Perhaps nobody knew but the family. It was about a garden he'd done in Cornwall. There were pictures. It was very green. A pause. I'm not sure I could have lived with it. I do like order in a garden, some sense of restraint. Is that why Joanna never let him loose here? Another female speaker, a little younger, jolly. This is Joanna's house. The older woman's voice was slightly disapproving. And Philip always said he loved it as it is. Who needs a garden in a landscape like this? It would only detract. I rather thought they had landscape in Cornwall. The tone was mischievous, but the elderly lady ignored the interruption. Besides, I suppose there was the question of money. He might have had to turn down a commission to devote time here, and I'm not sure they could afford to do that. I dare say there'll be insurance, the jolly woman said. I dare say there will. I turned round at that point to see who was speaking, but they'd already merged back into the crowd. The rugby players spilled out onto the terrace behind me. From somewhere they'd obtained cans of Theakston's. Perhaps they'd brought their own supply. I'd only been offered wine. They drank by tipping back their heads and pouring the liquid in a steady stream into their mouths. They seemed to have conquered the need to swallow. Already they looked slightly dishevelled. Ties were loosened. Jackets had been discarded. "Where's Joanna, then?" The can was empty. The speaker crunched it with his fist, resisted the temptation to see how far he could kick it, and stared at it morosely. "She must have finished in the churchyard by now." "A nice gesture, though, the tree. Loving." The speaker stopped short, embarrassed by his own sentimentality. "They were a loving couple, weren't they?" The rugby player holding the crushed beer can had drunk too much to worry about an excess of sentiment. "I mean, they had the best bloody marriage in the world. Jo's a lovely woman, Philip was a lucky man." "Until the cancer." "Of course, until then." He yanked back the ring pull on another can and began to drink. Selfish, I know, but I didn't want to hear any more about Philip's idyllic marriage. I stood up and walked back to the house. I needed another drink too. I was trying to catch the eye of a waitress when Stuart Howden appeared from a corridor at the back of the hall. The tables were almost empty now, littered with discarded napkins and stale ends of French bread. He seemed flustered. He noticed me standing there and came towards me, the mechanical walk even more awkward than before. "Miss Bartholomew, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. There was something rather urgent which needed my immediate attention. Could I ask you to be patient a little longer? I can be with you in about an hour?" He was almost apologetic, but I'd had enough of this place. He must have sensed my hostility because he added, "It is important that I speak to you. Rather, it was very important to Philip." Then came the same insinuating grin. So I had to agree, as graciously as I could manage. "An hour then. I'll go for a walk." It would be easier to remember Philip alone. I slipped away from the crowd still gathered on the terrace. No one seemed to notice my going. In my white dress, I felt invisible. I took the path towards the church, but instead of turning in through the gate, followed a sandy track. It led to the spinney of Scots pine, the trees widely spaced, and on towards the coast. I could hear the sea. Not loud, because it was such a calm day, but there all the same. I couldn't see it until I'd climbed one of the sandhills in the strip of dune which separated the trees from the beach. Then I stood, surrounded by spiky marram grass, looking down on a bay between two low headlands. The tide was out. There was a wreck of bladderwort, driftwood and frayed blue rope on the tide line, then an expanse of ridged wet sand, reflecting the blinding afternoon sun, then the shimmering water. The beach was empty, but someone had been there before me. A line of footsteps led towards the sea. I took off my sandals and followed them until they disappeared into the squelchy, shifting sand at the water's edge, and my toes were covered by a wave. The boy stood ahead of me, knee-deep in water. His shoes were slung by their tied laces around his neck, socks stuffed inside each one. He had made an attempt to roll up his trousers, but the bottoms were already wet. He seemed to be floating on the Diamante light. I caught my skirt of my dress in one hand and waded out to him. "Hi." I prefer boys to girls, find them easier to get on with. Little girls like to pose. They care what you think of them. Boys are more straightforward. "Fuck off." I turned round and started back to the beach. He hadn't been expecting that. A shocked response to the language, perhaps, or an attempt at sympathy, but not an immediate response to his demand. "Wait, who are you?" "Lizzie Bartholomew. Who are you?" "Dickon Sampson." "How old are you, Dickon?" He paused, and I thought he was going to tell me it was none of my business. "Nearly 9. Then he glared at me. "What are you doing here?" "I came to your father's funeral." I had let my dress go and the waves sucked the thin cotton of the skirt backwards and forwards round my neck, pushed the sand in piles beside my feet. "How did you know him?" "I didn't very well. I met him once, on a bus in Morocco." "Yeah?" "He said that was his best holiday ever. He made me promise to go there one day." "I expect you will, then." A cormorant dived off a rock. Somewhere above me, in the glare of the sun, gulls were calling. "How far were you meaning to go?" I asked. "Coquette? The Farns?" "Islands, invisible now in the heat haze." "I'm not stupid. I wasn't going anywhere. It was hot." "A good way to cool down," I agreed. He sensed the condescension and shut up, turning his back to me. "Did your dad like the sea?" "He taught me to swim." "Here?" He faced me again and nodded. Tears started to roll down his cheeks. It was April. Fucking cold. "I'm going out now," I said. He wouldn't want me gawping at him. "I've got a meeting soon. I should try and dry off my dress." I turned and plunged out towards the shore. I could hear him following, but I didn't look round. I wrung out my dress, then sat on a flat boulder and spread it out to dry. His shadow appeared and I looked up. His hair had a hint of red and there were freckles on his nose. "I'll be the only person in my class without a dad." I could have told him he was lucky that I'd never even known my father, but I didn't. He deserved his own time of self-pity. "Bummer," I said. "Fucking bummer." He sat beside me and put his head in his hands. I pretended not to notice and threw pieces of shingle at a target rock a little way off. I was a crap shot. He hit it first time. "Who's you meeting with?" "Mr. Howden." "What's it about?" "Work, probably." It could have been true. "Oh, yeah. You work with him, don't you?" I didn't answer, and he didn't seem to find any contradiction between that story and my account of having met his father in Morocco. "What work did your father do?" I wasn't daft. I'd worked it out from the eavesdropped conversation, but I wanted to hear the details. "Don't you know?" He couldn't believe my ignorance. I shook my head. "He had his own programme on the television. Only BBC 2, but still." "I don't watch much telly." "He designed gardens for rich people," Dickon said. "He didn't do the digging or the weeding, just the fun bits. That's what he told me. He went all over the world. That's why he wasn't here much, until he got ill." He chucked a piece of shingle with full force onto the rock. I was pleased when he was ill, at first. He had more time for me. When he had to stay in bed, we played Jenga. The tide was coming in quickly now, seeping under the twisted strands of footprints, flattening them from below. I looked at my watch. "I better go. Mr. Howden will be cross if I'm late." "I hate Mr. Howden," Dickon said, quietly, not showing off and demanding attention, like with the other comments. "Why?" "I think he's horrible to my mum." I didn't pry. It was none of my business. He'd tell me if he wanted. He didn't. "Will you show me the quickest way back to the house?" He didn't answer, but he dusted the sand from his feet and put on his socks and shoes. I followed him back up the track. When the house was in sight, he gave me a wave and ran on, too fast for me to follow. Chapter 7. At the house, Stuart Howden was waiting for me. The crowd had thinned. A stream of people were making their way down the drive towards the village. I looked round for Dickon, but didn't see him. The solicitor was clearly impatient. He seemed grumpy and harassed. He didn't bother any more to smile. "I don't think we should talk here. I'll take it to my office. No need to say goodbye to Joanna. I've explained. I have to go back to work." He bundled me into his fat, black car as if I were a mad relation causing a scene at a family party. It was obvious that he regretted asking me to the funeral. I thought I might look slightly scruffy with my damp, stained skirt, but hardly mad. He drove very quickly down country lanes, taking bends too fast, braking suddenly at junctions. I wondered if he was quite sober. The road between Wintrylow and Morpeth was obviously familiar to him. In Morpeth it was late afternoon, and shoppers were making their way home. There was a queue of cars in the main street, waiting to cross the narrow bridge south over the river. I had a sense of returning to the real world, which left me depressed. It was like coming back to Newbiggin after my holiday in Morocco. Howden's office was in a smart terrace close to the library. There was a highly polished brass plate beside the door, and a yard at the back with his name painted on the cobbles to mark his parking place. In reception, a bored young woman quickly hid a magazine. She didn't seem pleased to see us. I guessed she'd been planning to finish the article on holiday flings, then a slope off home early. "Tea, please, Penny," he said. "Then you can leave us to it. I'll lock up." "Yes, Mr. Howden." She flashed a quick and grateful smile. The tea arrived very quickly. Howden was still making himself comfortable. He'd taken off his jacket and hung it on the back of his chair. There were patches of sweat on his shirt which made his back look like a map of the world. A leather-topped desk spread between us. Penny already had her bag over her shoulder, and immediately after she left Howden's room, I heard the outside door slam shut. The building was quiet. It seemed we were alone. "Where's Mr. Smith?" I asked. "He died 3 years ago. There are a couple of junior partners." He caught himself being civil to me and scowled. "But that's not really relevant. I've always dealt with Philip and Joanna's business personally." "I don't understand what any of this has to do with me." "Nor do I." Perhaps he felt he'd betrayed his feelings too obviously, because he continued in a more measured voice. "Philip had some strange ideas, especially towards the end, but I've taken advice. I don't think we can contest their legality." He poured tea from a tarnished silver pot and lifted my cup and saucer so it was standing on the desk in front of me. As he stretched forward, I smelt stale alcohol. It seemed to ooze from his pores. His hands were slender for such a big man, the fingers flexible. He lifted a sugar lump towards his own cup, using a pair of old-fashioned tongs, dropped it, then watched the ripples in the liquid, mesmerised for a moment. "Mr. Sampson made me his executor," he went on formally. "He left instructions concerning you." "If it's money, I don't want it." Suddenly I was very angry, not at Stuart Howden, but with Philip. Had he thought I'd slept with him for what I might get out of it? How did he trace me anyway? "He was a magistrate," Howden said smoothly. "Many of his friends were police officers. I imagine it wouldn't have been difficult." The rugby players, I thought. Some of them looked like cops. And no doubt they'd told him about the court appearances, that time in Blythe. "I don't want his money," I said again. It upset me terribly that Philip had changed his opinion of me after hearing those stories. He hadn't believed I could make it on my own, so he'd left me a tacky little reward in his will. He'd died thinking I was pathetic. Irrational anger bubbled up in my stomach again and spread to my hands. I wanted to slap Howden's smug face. I imagined the finger marks slowly fading like footprints in the wet sand at Wintrylow. Instead, I kept my voice reasonable. It should all go to his children. "It's not quite that simple." Howden lifted his cup, wet his lips, set it back on the saucer, then paused. "Look, perhaps I should just read the instruction left to me by Philip. As I've explained, it's witnessed and it's legal, but you're under no obligation to undertake his commission. As far as I'm concerned, it would be better all round if you didn't. Let sleeping dogs lie and all that. It's Joanna and the children I'm concerned about in all this." I remembered Dickens' words. I hate Mr. Howden. It was hard to take the fat solicitor's concerns seriously. Why had he made such an impression on the boy? He opened a drawer in his desk, removed an A4 envelope, then shook out a sheet of typescript. To Lizzie Bartholomew of Seaview, New Biggin, I leave £15,000, £10,000 as a gift to establish and equip an office for her self-employment. No, I interrupted, I told you. But I was moved, despite myself. While Philip was dying, he was remembering our conversation in Marrakesh. Howden held up a hand to urge my patience, then continued, and also a fee of £5,000 for the first commission in that employment, the details of which are to follow. These payments only to be made should Miss Bartholomew attend my funeral of her own free will. The gift is not dependent on her accepting the commission. But he knew I wouldn't accept it without the work, I said softly. Howden looked up uncertainly. He hadn't made out what I'd said. What is this commission? I asked more loudly. He continued to read. To trace Thomas Mariner, lately of 63 Priory Way, North Shields. I interrupted. What happens when I find him? Philip asks that I give him money, discreetly. The bequest doesn't appear in the will. Why me? Why can't you trace him? I'm sure I could, but Philip wanted you to do it. Besides, there's more. He turned back to the paper, though I had the impression he knew the words by heart. Further, I ask that she assists, advises, and befriends him. She will understand the importance of this commission to Thomas and to me. It was a lot to ask, that. Friends are made, not bought. But it was flattering that Philip had felt I could do something so important. Who the hell is Thomas Mariner? I suspect, Howden said reluctantly, that he's Philip's son. An illegitimate son. This information was left with the letter of instruction. He passed a second sheet over the desk towards me. It's a copy. You can keep it if you decide to accept his commission. The details were scrappy. Philip, it seemed, hadn't got very far in his search for his missing son, but then he'd left it for 20 years and waited until he was dying, so it was hardly surprising. Name? Thomas? Mariner. God, he wasn't even certain about the first name. After Mariner, he'd added in brackets, Samson. Somehow it was very touching, like a young girl practicing the signature of her boyfriend's surname. Date of birth, circa 22nd of December, 1984. Mother, K. Mariner, of 63 Priory Way, North Shields. Was that where she was living now, or where she'd been living 20 years ago? There's not much to go on. He shrugged. Then don't bother. As I said, let sleeping dogs lie. You get the £10,000 anyway. Does Joanna know about Thomas? God, I don't think so. The thought seemed to horrify him. I certainly hope not. Philip and his wife didn't have that sort of relationship then. What do you mean? They didn't discuss everything? Of course not. He was scathing. Who does? How well do you know them? Well enough. He paused, and I thought I'd get nothing more out of him. Despite the late afternoon sunshine on the tile roofs outside, the room was dark. There was a heavy mahogany cabinet against the wall, the drawers too narrow to contain documents. It held a butterfly collection, perhaps. He had the hands of a collector. Or fossils. He would be precise and careful arranging his specimens. The wallpaper was a heavy sludge green, the curtains velvet in a similar but darker shade. Then Howden started to talk, and I realised he was even more drunk than I'd suspected. Or perhaps it wasn't the drink. Perhaps he was on the edge of a breakdown. The thoughts seemed to fizz in his head, and the words couldn't quite keep up with them. Perhaps he was haunted by daydreams too. They were a golden couple, Joanna and Philip. He looked up at me. Do you know what I mean? Magic, like something out of a fairy tale. Too good to be true. His voice was bitter, as if he meant that literally, as if, in his experience, no relationship lived up to expectation. I brought them together. Old Stu Howden playing fairy godmother. What do you make of that? He chuckled. It turned into a splutter and then a cough. Philip was a new estate manager at one of the places I look after. He was young, Bright, but not the usual public school county type. He'd been at comprehensive school, taken a degree in agriculture from Newcastle. The only interest he had in gardening then was the plot behind his house. He kept it organic, ferreted about for traditional species, talked about planting an orchard. A hobby, I thought. A good thing. Men need their hobbies to keep them out of mischief. Howden spluttered again. It could have been a laugh. Joanna's parents had died and she was an only child, left to cope with the house, inheritance tax. They'd run the place down. I did my best for her, helped her through it. At least, I thought that I did. He stared at the half-drunk tea, which had gone cold in the cup, and I thought he fancied her. Philip was a rival. The only sensible thing to do was to sell the house, and she refused to do that. Too many memories, she said. And she had a responsibility to keep it in the family. She's passionate about the place. Did she work? I felt weird when I asked the question, like I'd been in the situation before, but now the roles were reversed. This time I was the shrink and he was a patient. He looked up. She was young, unattached. I presume she could earn her own living. She was a photographer. Not weddings and kiddies' portraits. She'd probably have made more out of that. It was more arty stuff, black and white, landscapes. She had exhibitions. Some of her pictures went into books. He paused again. She talked about developing the house as a country hotel. It might have worked. She had the drive and the spirit, plenty of the right sort of contacts. Then she met Philip, and the idea was abandoned. The old place is still falling down. You introduced them. At the county show. You know what that's like. You bump into half the people you've ever met in the world, everyone you went to school with at least. Philip was there on behalf of the estate. Joanna was taking pictures for a glossy magazine. I introduced them, then got caught up with some old bore of a farmer. When I went to find them half an hour later, they were sharing a bottle of fizz and a bowl of strawberries, and I didn't like to interrupt. It only took 6 months for them to marry. She asked me to give her away. Poor, sad bastard. I almost felt sorry for him. They brought out a book together, Traditional Gardens in the north of England. She took the pictures, he did the text. When no one would publish it, they brought it out themselves, hawked it round all the local bookshops, took it down to London. One of those daytime television programmes got interested. They were an attractive couple, and Philip stirred up a bit of controversy, knocking contemporary designers. He said their gardens were too sculptural, too minimalist. He liked a landscape that was extravagant and overblown, overcrowded even. The programme challenged him to design a place somewhere in East Anglia. He did. Everyone raved about it. After that, he never looked back. Like I said, the golden touch. Until he got cancer, I thought, remembering the envy of the rugby player back at Wintrylaw. You stayed friends? Marjorie and I had them round for dinner occasionally. We went there to make up the numbers, provide local colour when their London friends were visiting. If I met him at the rugby club, we'd have a few beers. He never mentioned a son, if that's what you mean. We weren't on those terms. Why didn't he look for the boy before? It came out as a wail, pathetic and desperate. Howden looked at me uncertainly. Mad cow, he was thinking. Why would he? Lovely wife, 2 children. Why would he rock the boat? Later there was guilt, I suppose. He knew he was dying and wanted to get his affairs in order. I sat there, wondering how Philip could have messed with me like this. How could he be so dumb? Would I like my father to come looking for me? Of course I would. It was what I fantasised about when I lay awake in the early mornings. Someone making the effort to find me. But I didn't need this. Christ, I was screwed up enough already. I didn't care about Thomas, really I didn't. But even as I was thinking that, I had the picture of another boy in my head. Not Thomas, but Nicky. I don't think I'm the right person to do this, I said evenly. Philip thought you were absolutely the right person. You read what he said. He returned the paper to the envelope as if he didn't care one way or the other what I decided. I intended to turn him down, to tell him where to stick his money. Then I thought what I could do with £15,000. I could kit up the empty room in Seaview with a computer, a phone line and a fax. It would buy me time to decide what to do next. Only rich people have the luxury of not taking cash into consideration. And it wouldn't be like being paid for sex, would it? It would be a legitimate business deal. We sat for a moment in silence, staring at each other. I was still thinking I could just walk away. Then Howden reached down, pulled open a drawer in his desk, and took out a brown, padded envelope. I could tell from the way he lifted it that it was heavy. He pushed it across the desk to me. It hadn't been sealed, and it was full of £50 notes. I reached out my hand towards it. He smiled. He knew he'd won. I was as greedy as he was. Chapter 8. There was still a mariner living at 63 Priory Way. It was in the phone book, right at the top of the list. A mariner. Some relation. Or had Philip even got the name of his child's mother wrong? I called from Jess's, waiting until she was out before using the phone. When I returned from Philip's funeral, I'd just said a friend had left me some money in his will. She didn't pry, it wasn't her style. I hadn't explained what I had to do to get the money. I'm not quite sure why. Because it was between me and Philip, because I wanted some success to report before I told her what was going on. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered, and I was about to give up. Then an elderly woman repeated the number. I crossed my fingers. "Could I speak to Kay, please?" Pet. She's not lived here for years." "Who's speaking?" My brain went into slow motion. I hadn't prepared any sort of cover story. "Jess," I said. "An old school friend." "I don't remember any Jess." "The high school, was it?" "That's right. Could you let me know how to get in touch with her?" She paused, not really suspicious, but protective. Perhaps I thought I was strong on privacy. "Give me a number, pet, and a dad or I will tell her that you called." Then I panicked and replaced the phone, glad that I dialed 141 before the number to stop the call from being traced. Priory Way was one of the tidy streets near the Linskill Centre, the old school where Tyneside kids go for their music lessons, close to the overgrown waste of Northumberland Park. North Shields must have been a thriving place once, with the shipbuilding and the boats going out to the fishing, but nothing much seems to happen there now. Lots of the shops in the town centre were boarded up. There were posters everywhere for the Fish Quay Festival. The place had come alive for the bank holiday weekend, with bands on the quayside and street theatre and fireworks. Then it had slid back into a coma. I visited the mariners during the day. If they had a teenage grandchild, I thought they'd have retired and be at home in the afternoon. The woman I'd spoken to on the phone certainly sounded elderly. This time I was better prepared. Along the street there was a row of trees all in blossom. Occasional snatches of breeze from the river scattered the petals over the pavement. I'd got the bus into Newcastle, then the metro out towards the coast. I'd looked at the A to Z on the train, so I walked down the street now as if I knew precisely where I was going, very purposeful and businesslike in my linen jacket, carrying the black nylon bag I'd got at a conference on teenage violence and which I'd used as a briefcase ever since. I could almost believe I was a competent professional. The house was part of a terrace halfway down. More care had been lavished on it than on most of the kids I grew up with, but it's daft to be jealous of a house. The windows had been polished, and the nets were so bright that they gave you snowblindness. The front steps had been swept recently. Only a light scattering of pink petals covered the path. I stepped on them and knocked at the door. After a moment, a woman of about 70 opened it. She'd left the chain on, and I had a glimpse of a round face and tight white curls. "Who is it?" "Miss Bartholomew, Social Services." Hoping she wouldn't recognise the voice from one brief phone call, I flashed the pass, which had never been taken from me. She looked at the photo, peered at me, and smiled. It had been issued by Northumberland, not North Tyneside, but she seemed not to notice. She unhooked the chain and opened the door wide. She was leaning heavily on a stick, and it took her a while. "That was quick," she said. She was delighted to see me. There'd been no need to fuss that she'd recognise the voice. I only phoned the other day. Come in. That threw me. I'd prepared a story that I was undertaking a survey of elderly people in the area to find gaps in local authority services. If she was expecting a real social worker, I'd have to wing it. She led me into a gleaming living room which smelt of lemon furniture polish and baking. "Is Mr. Mariner in?" "No." She smiled fondly. They must have been married for 40 years, but the sound of his name still made her happy. "It's his ball's day." There were awards on the mantelpiece, a photo of a small, moly man in specs and whites holding a cup, his arms round the shoulders of a bigger bloke with a red face. "You sit there, pet." She patted the arm of the sofa. "I'll put the kettle on. You'll have to give me a hand when it's made. I'll not be able to carry it through." So we sat together in her front room in the sun, and she told me the story of her life, without hesitation. It was scary that she trusted me absolutely on the basis of a bit of plastic and a photo. "It's the arthritis," she said. "I'm down for a new hip, but it could take a couple of months, and now it's in my hands too. Archie and I manage very well between us. He's turned into a canny housekeeper, but he's anxious if I'm here on my own. I can't use the phone. The buttons are that small. He says, what if I had a fall? Stupid old fool. Nothing's going to happen to me. But he doesn't like to leave me, and if he does go out, he worries. I don't want that. He loves his bowls, and I don't want him rushing back. No reason why he shouldn't have a cup of tea and a bit of a chat with the lads. We thought maybe a panic button, or one of those phones with the big numbers. What do you think?" "You'd probably be eligible for both." I'd trained with a lass from North Tyneside who worked with the community care team. She'd put the Mariners on the list for me. It would save one of their staff making a visit. "Do you have family? Anyone who comes in to keep an eye on you?" "Would that make a difference?" "Not to you being approved the gadgets. You don't need someone here 24 hours, so you'd still want those. We couldn't expect your family to provide full-time support." "That's true enough. Kay's got her own family to look after now, and she works full-time. Pamela lives in Surrey. She married a southerner." As if it were a different breed. "2 daughters, then?" "Aye, I'd have liked a son, but Archie loved his little girls." "Any grandchildren?" 5. She hoisted herself to her feet, and soon we were poring over photos. The Surrey brood were girls too. There were 2 of them, not exactly lookers. They'd inherited their grandfather's prominent teeth, and in many of the shots their mouths were full of metal. Mrs. Mariner seemed not to notice the beaver features, and I heard about their academic success, their brilliance at the piano, the gymnastics classes. Kay had also produced 2 daughters. Closer in age, they appeared together in school photographs. They were younger too. Even the most recent pictures showed them in primary school sweatshirts, their hair tied up with ribbons. "Lucy and Claire," Mrs. Mariner said. "Aren't they bonny?" They were. Bonnier at least than Abby and Natasha in Godalming. "Do you see a lot of them?" I didn't want to push for information on Thomas too quickly. "Not as much as I'd like. They only live in Whitley Bay. I'd have them for Kay after school. Archie wouldn't mind picking them up. But she won't have it. She says it would be too much for me. Maybe she thinks I'd not be able to care for them properly. You can understand her being worried. After Thomas. And Ronnie can afford a childminder. It's not as if they're short of cash." "Thomas?" I could have played safe and left it. I already had enough information to trace Kay. But I was curious. There had been a few photos of a young boy among the rest, but nothing recent. "Thomas is Kay's son. The only lad." She shook her head gently. Something about the face and the white curls reminded me of a doll I once had. It moved its head. It was brought by a charity to the kids' home one Christmas, new, still in its box, all wrapped up. But I couldn't see the point of it, just sitting there, moving its head from side to side. I swapped it for a backboard that made a screeching noise when you choked on it. "You don't have to tell me," I said. "None of my business. Thomas is Kay's son, older than the girls." She looked around guiltily, as though there might be someone to overhear. She had him before she got married. Tough. She'd only just left school. We found out she was expecting soon after she finished her A-levels. She had a Saturday job in a big department store in town. That's where she met the father. He was a student, a bit older than her, working his way through university. Did you ever meet him? No, we knew nothing about him, not even his name. She didn't even want to tell us that much. We tried to help her through it. It was something you thought about in those days. What would I do if one of them fell pregnant? And I knew I couldn't get cross or angry. No point, is there? This was all a bit close to home. I was thinking, I wish you were my gran. If my mum had had someone like you, I wouldn't have been dumped outside the church for a collie bitch to sniff out. Did she ever think of an abortion? It was something I'd thought about. The dizzying notion that I might never have been born. Mrs. Mariner shook her head. By the time we realised what was going on, it was too late for an abortion. And I was glad. I didn't think she'd be able to live with herself afterwards, no matter what she said at the time. What did she say? Mrs. Mariner didn't answer directly. Not because she was becoming suspicious about my questions. Everyone expects a social worker to be nosy. Just because she wanted to explain in her own time. Kay was an easy child in a way. She liked everything just so. She always kept her clothes lovely, and I never had to nag her to tidy her bedroom. She was organised, you could say, not like Pam, who was a walking whirlwind. Kay had a life planned. She was going to train to be a teacher, little ones. She wouldn't have been able to control the older children, and she liked to be in control, our Kay. Then, I suppose, she met this lad at work, and they were careless, unlucky, and she fell pregnant. But it wasn't in her scheme of things. It wasn't supposed to happen. She wouldn't admit it, even to herself. Do you understand what I mean, Pet? I nodded. I guessed in the end that she was expecting. You can't live in a house this size and keep secrets. And, like I said, with teenage girls it was always something that was a possibility. You'll understand when you've bairns yourself. I said nothing. It made her ill, Mrs. Mariner continued. Not physically ill, she just couldn't accept it, not even when she was the size of a barrage balloon. We couldn't get any sense out of her. She wouldn't talk about the father. We wouldn't have made a fuss. You can't imagine Archie with a shotgun. But we thought the lad had a right to know, to play his part. He'd have had parents. Imagine having a grandchild and knowing nothing about it. She paused again, and I thought it was a story she hadn't told for a long time. He was born on Christmas Eve. An east wind that would cut your legs off. Too cold for snow. I went with her to the hospital and helped her through labour, and she was as good as gold, breathing and panting just like the shoulder. Braver than I'd been with mine. I thought it was going to be all right. There's nothing more real than labour, is there? Nothing like holding the baby at the end. She'd have to accept him then. And did she? She wouldn't look at him. She burst into tears and said she wanted him adopted. Now, I think that would have been best. I shouldn't have interfered. But I thought she was ill. Depressed even. Not fit to make a decision. I thought she'd regret it when she was better. She was looking out through the window at the snowing pink petals. I'd held him, you see. My first grandchild. A boy, like I'd always wanted for myself. I wasn't thinking straight either. Selfish. She'd always done what she was told. Perhaps that was how she got pregnant. She'd go along with what he wanted to please him. And when I said she should keep the baby, she went along with that too. I looked after Thomas when she was at college, doing her teacher training. I'd been working in the office at Parsons, not much of a job, not something I minded giving up. He was a lively one, always full of fun and mischief. He kept me young. Kay would be here in the evenings to bath him and put him to bed, and she never took advantage, never stayed out late. But deep down I always felt it was a chore for her. She did it out of duty, not because she enjoyed it. She took him in and read him a bedtime story, but he could have been one of her pupils. Do you know what I'm saying, Pet? I nodded. I knew exactly what she was saying. Sometimes I think of the both of them. He liked Pam best. She was a laugh. She took him to the park and didn't mind when he got muggy. When she married and moved south, he cried his eyes out. Kay was 30 when she married. Thomas was 11. He'd just started the big school and was finding it hard to settle. Nothing serious, but the big lads were rowdy and he could be quite nervy. Then Kay met Ronnie. He owns that big garage on the coast road, and she bought a car from him. That's how they met. She was teaching then, of course, working in the infant school in Wallsend, where she's deputy head now. She was doing very well for herself even then, but she and Thomas had never moved into a place of their own. It must have been a shock for the lad. New school, new home, new stepdad. And he'd miss you, I said. Aye, I think he did. I think he did miss us. For a while he came for his Sunday dinner, but it wasn't the same. And we missed him. Kay didn't tell us what was going on. We'd been like parents to him for all those years. Then suddenly we weren't to interfere. She and Ronnie knew best. We found out some. He was bunking off school. Friends of Archie's had seen him in town. He'd been getting into trouble. Kay told us it was none of our business. Not in so many words, like, but that was what she meant. And then she got pregnant again. With the 2 girls. First Lucy, then Clay. She loves them to bits, and I'm pleased at that. But it must have been hard for Thomas to see her with them. How old is he now? 19 last Christmas. Still at home? No. It came out as sharp as a bullet shot, and she clamped her mouth shut after. They didn't throw him out. I was fighting mad on her behalf and Thomas's. Not exactly. More like an ultimatum. Behave properly in this house or leave. I can understand, in a way. They've got the girls to think of, and I can't blame Ronnie. I don't think it was his idea. It was Kay being stubborn. She paused. Would have had him here, Archie and me, but Kay didn't tell us what had happened until it was all over. Maybe now it's too late, and nobody can get through to him. Where's he living? I don't know. She was almost in tears. I think Kay knows, but she's not telling us. He's not to be spoilt, she says. He's to learn a lesson. Is he working? Yes, and you'd think she'd be proud of that. When he first left school, he didn't have anything. Then a friend of Archie's took him on, as a favour to us, like. She nodded to the photo on the mantelpiece, towards the big man standing beside her husband on the bowling green. That's Harry Poole. He took redundancy from Swans years ago, in the 1970s. He saw the way things were going and set up on his own. He's got a haulage business. He started off with 1 lorry. Now he has a whole fleet and a yard on that little industrial estate where the railway used to go in Shiremoor. A house like a palace in colour coats. But they're still best mates, him and Archie. They were at infant school together. He hasn't changed, not really. What does Thomas do for him? Not driving, he was too young for that when he started. He works in the office, sorting out the invoices and such, arranging the schedules for the drivers. A lot of Harry's business is in Europe. It's a nice clean job. I don't know why Kate took against it. She wanted Thomas to stay on at school and go to university. But you can't force them, can you? At least you know he's safe, I said, if he's working for Archie's friend. Aye, maybe. Can't you find out from Harry where Thomas is living? We don't want to make trouble for him at work. Harry probably thinks he's still living at home. And last time Harry spoke to Archie, he wasn't best pleased at the way the lad was carrying on. If he doesn't mend his ways, he'll be on the dole. That's what he said. We can't interfere, can we? We might make things worse. She turned to me. I don't mind if Thomas doesn't want to visit. He's grown up. Why would he want to spend time with us? I just want to know that he's happy and he's well. Which was what Philip had wanted too. I couldn't leave her like that. I made her another cup of tea, and we chatted about happier things until she saw Archie making his way from the park, and our eyes lit up. Chapter 9. When I got home from my chat with old Mrs. Mariner, Ray was in the kitchen talking to Jess. It was only 5 o'clock, but I had a feeling they'd been there for a while. Everything about him was awkward and clumsy. His hands and feet were enormous and seemed to flap as if he had no control over them. When I looked in from the yard through the window, I saw his legs were poking out from the table. His wide, bony feet were bare. If he'd been sitting there in his boxer shorts, I wouldn't have been more shocked. He always took off his mucky work boots when he went into the house, but never his socks. They must have been making love. In the big back bedroom, which was Jess's only private place. None of us were allowed in there, not even me. I pushed open the kitchen door and they grinned at each other, smug and sheepish at the same time. I wanted to smack them. "There's tea in the pot, pet." Easy, relaxed, as if she had sex with a plumber every afternoon. Perhaps she did. Perhaps that's why I hated the new relationship so intensely. Marrakesh had made me realise what I was missing, and I was jealous. She must have sensed my tension. "Are you all right, Lizzie?" Then, "You have taken your tablets today?" I glared at her. That was none of her business, and not something to be discussed in front of Loverboy. All the same, feeling as I did about Ray, still I asked him if he'd give me a lift the next day. I've no pride, you see. Don't see the point in it. "About time I had my own transport again," I said in explanation. I'd sold my old car after the incident in Blythe. That was always how I thought of it, the incident in Blythe. I couldn't trust myself with a car after that. Road rage kills. "Good idea, pet," Jess beamed. She thought she'd been forgiven after the slip-up with the pills. "It'll do you good to get out more." She turned to Ray. "Can you fit her in, love?" He nodded obediently. If she'd asked him to take me to the North Pole in his little white van, he'd have said, "No problem," and gone out to look for snow chains and Halfords. I knew the garage on the coast road. I'd seen the sign spinning on a pivot in the wind until it was a blur. Ronald Lang, Quality Motor Vehicles. It was close to the 1930s Wills building, which had been converted into expensive flats, and the office behind the forecourt was built in a similar style, brick, curvy lines. Probably not original, but put up with some care. The cars were a bit special too. The stock wasn't the usual junk, the ageing Micras and rusting Fiestas meant for nervous housewives and first-time buyers. This was second-hand but classy. Top-of-the-range BMWs, a Jag, a couple of four-wheel drive monsters, a Golf convertible only 2 years old. If Kay Mariner had bought her car from here, she must have been saving. Or perhaps Ronnie had gone upmarket since they married. Why did I go to the garage first and not straight to Thomas or his mother? Nerves, perhaps. I wanted to practice run. And I wanted to get this right. How would I feel if some stranger blundered up to me with information about my family? Shocked? Sceptical? I'd have to trust the messenger before I accepted the message. So I needed as much information as possible before approaching Philip's son. Already I had fantasies that we might be friends. I know it's soppy, but I dreamt he'd come to see me almost as a sister. I didn't want to cock things up before we'd even met. Ronnie Lang came out of his office to meet us as soon as we pulled up. I'm not sure what I'd been expecting. Someone big and bullying, perhaps, because he'd stopped Thomas from visiting his grandparents. A blustering, overweight car salesman. He wasn't like that at all. He was slight and small, rather diffident. He was wearing a suit. He helped me out of the clapped-out van as if it were a Bentley. I was glad I'd made an effort to look presentable. There was something about him which made me want to impress. It was warm and I'd put on a sleeveless top and a long straight skirt slit at the back so I could walk. I hadn't lost all the Moroccan tan. A real tan in early summer always looks expensive. Ray stayed in the van, as he'd been told. Each time I saw Ronnie Lang, I would be surprised by how small he was physically. None of that remained in the memory. What you remembered was the smile, boyish and confiding. It was as if he'd none of the normal barriers people put up round themselves for protection. He couldn't pretend. You don't expect that sort of vulnerability in a used car salesman. And his energy, that first day when he took my hand to help me out from the van, the touch shocked me. I don't know why. I looked at him and he smiled. He knew the effect he'd had and he was almost apologetic. "Ronnie Lang," he said, spelled like the art gallery. His voice surprised me too. It was pleasant, quiet, almost without accent. There was a trace of a stutter. I knew how his name was spelled. There was that big sign by the road. I thought he was trying to tell me something else. That he was cultured, more than a grease monkey. He wasn't showing off, but he wanted me to know something about him. I didn't give him my name. I didn't say anything. "What sort of thing are you looking for?" he went on. "Nothing boring. I can't stand boring cars. A woman after my own heart." In someone else that could have come out as flirty, teasing, but I thought he was quite serious. He gave a little frown as he spoke. With the easy cliché, he spoke of a connection between us. That was how it seemed to me then. He showed me what he had in stock, touching my elbow occasionally to direct my attention. It wasn't hard to appear interested. I really would have to buy a car soon. Thanks to Philip, I had some money and I couldn't rely on Ray to ferry me about. But all these were way out of my league, and he must have sensed that he wasn't going to make a sale. "If you have anything special in mind, I can look out for it for you. Maybe something a little less special?" He frowned again. "We don't usually deal with the budget stuff." There was a moment's hesitation. "But I'll see what I can do." "Oh?" I gave him a quizzical look. I hope that's how it turned out. The effect he was having was so marked that I wasn't in the mood for role-playing. "Nothing illegal," he said quickly, and the stutter was more marked. "I don't operate that sort of business. I have contacts, go to auctions. Most of my trade is with repeat customers. I know the sort of thing they want. I might bump into something to suit you." "Oh, right." An embarrassed giggle to show I'd misunderstood. I went with him into his office to pick up a business card. There was a framed photo of a woman and 2 little girls on his desk. The woman had a hairstyle that could withstand a hurricane and a thin, straight smile. There was nothing of Thomas, but I hadn't expected that to be. Also on the desk was a cardboard dispenser with application forms to join something called the Countryside Consortium. A picture of a bloke carrying a shotgun, wearing green wellies and a barber jacket was printed on each one. "I didn't have you down as the green welly type," I said. "It's a serious issue. You have to do what you can." "Oh, right," I said again. "Of course. I'll need your name and number." He paused a beat, and I seemed to stop breathing. "In case I find your car?" "Lizzie." I scribbled the Seaview number on a piece of paper. "Lizzie what?" "That'll find me." In the car, Ray was listening to something plaintive and Irish, easy listening for him. "What do you know about the Countryside Consortium?" He'd switched off the tape and pulled out into traffic. Every Sunday he went walking in the hills. I didn't know anyone else who'd have information on the countryside. "Those buggers." For Ray, the reaction was vituperative. I was surprised. I'd even thought he might be a member. "What's wrong with them?" So he told me. They were land-owning bastards who tried to restrict the right to roam on their land. They were towny thugs who thought they should have a free hand to bait badgers and steal raptors from the wild. They were hunters and punt gunners, and they thought democracy didn't apply to them. In Ray's view, they were the scum of the earth. None of that seemed to apply to Ronnie Lang. He was gentle and polite. I supposed his support of the consortium was a ploy to hit the farmers with his fancy 4-wheel drives, but even that seemed too calculating for him. I thought Ray must have got the whole thing wrong. That evening, I couldn't put Ronnie Lang out of my mind. I'm an obsessive. It's part of my personality. Occasionally, images get stuck in my head and they go round in a loop like an irritating song. What bugged me most was that I couldn't place him. I couldn't fix his class or his education, even his age. Usually I'm good at that stuff. Ray and Jess invited me to the pub with them, but I stayed at home. I lay on my bed, remembering the shock when Ronnie touched me, and his quiet voice, the effort it took him to keep the stammer out, the slim, fit body beneath the suit. I was still awake when the clock at St. Bartholomew's struck 3. I took a sleeping tablet then, and eventually fell unconscious. Chapter 10. Perhaps because of the pill, I felt strange the next day, disconnected. When I woke up, Jess was hanging out towels to dry in the yard. The spin on the automatic had gone, so they were very wet. They were heavy and they dripped, and she had to struggle to peg them up. I wondered briefly if I should use some of my money to buy a new washing machine, but I didn't go out to help her. "What's wrong with you?" She turned, the plastic laundry basket in her arms, and saw me watching from the kitchen door. It wasn't cold, but I was wrapped up in a big sweater. Dunno, a touch of flu. She accepted that without question, though she looked at me again more closely. Then she fussed inside to make a hot lemon drink. Go to bed, she said. I'll bring it up. I've got to go out. Work, sort of. She accepted that too. She didn't like it, but she let me go. The evening before, I'd been to the library in the village to look in the Tyne-and-Wear phone book, hoping to track down an address for Kay and Ronnie, but they must have been ex-directory. I could have put off tracing Thomas's mother for another day, waited until I felt better, but like I said, I'm an obsessive. I couldn't let it go. In the photo she'd shown me in North Shields, Mrs. Mariner's grandchildren had been wearing bright yellow sweatshirts with St. Cuthbert's Primary School in big brown letters on the front. There was only one St. Cuthbert's School in Whitley Bay, and that was in the phone book. I arrived there too early. It was an old-fashioned place built of grey stone, still showing the separate boys' and girls' entrances over the doors. The yard had been marked for hopscotch, and it was surrounded by black wrought iron railings. When a class came out with a basket of skipping ropes and balls for PE, I walked on up the street. I didn't want to be noticed staring in at the kids. There was a cafe near the old bus station, and I sat there drinking stewed tea, which had been poured from a big iron pot, watching the hands of the clock move round towards 3. It only occurred to me when I was leaving that I should have had something to eat. There was a bunch of mothers waiting by the gate, a couple of grands, a sprinkling of self-conscious dads, and a salt course of pushchairs and prams. I stood on the edge of the group, trying to look as if I belonged there. I was starting to panic. Little girls in yellow sweatshirts all look very similar. How would I recognise them? I've not seen you here before. It was a middle-aged woman, comfortably, scruffily dressed, slightly overweight. No. A pause. More panic. I've come to collect my sister's kids. Immediately I thought that was really dumb. Then, pleading in my head, don't ask me the names. Don't ask me the names. They're always late on a Thursday. Hymn practice. That Mr. Cryer, he does go on. Oh, I felt my breathing become more regular, tried to remember the instructions of the yoga teacher in the hospital. Right. She turned away to chat to someone else. In the end, when they ran out, I knew them straight away. They were in the first group, very tidy, in identical pleated skirts and patent leather sandals. They seemed to be heading straight for me, their faces shiny with enthusiasm, their plaits bouncing. I knew they were bursting to tell someone about their day, and I almost knelt to listen. They'd have books full of stickers and gold stars, and I wanted to see them. But they hurtled past me to the middle-aged woman who put me right about Mr. Cryer and hymn practice. She finished her conversation with a mother who looked as if she'd just come from the gym, while the girls pulled at a jumper and demanded her attention. It wasn't Kay Lang. I'd seen a recent photo of Kay in Ronnie's office at the garage, and even if she'd suddenly put on weight, the woman with the sculpted hair wouldn't have been seen dead in leggings which were going bald at the knee and a jersey covered in paint. This was the childminder. She gave me a friendly nod, took the girls by the hand and walked off. I waited until the lollipop lady had seen them across the road, and then I followed. The woman didn't look round. Finally, she was taking notice of what the children were saying, smiling and murmuring encouragement. They'd arrived at a small rank of shops facing onto a wide pavement. The woman opened the door of a newsagent's and held it for the girls to go in. I looked at the desirable property displayed in an estate agent's window on the other side of the road, then watched their reflection in the glass as they came out carrying ice creams. Lizzie Bartholomew! What are you doing here? He'd come up on my blind side. There was a jolt of adrenaline in my system which made me want to run, but I turned slowly to face him. For a moment, because I'd been so focused on the woman and the 2 little girls, I couldn't place him. Dan Meach! So pleased with myself for remembering that it sounded as if he were a long-lost brother. I thumped him on the back because that's what he would have expected. Nothing soppy, though once I'd fancied him like crazy. We'd gone out a couple of times at university, but it seemed he liked his women blonde and willowy. He'd dumped me for a girl on his course because he said we were too like mates. An excuse, of course. She was stunning. He'd been doing performing arts. She was passionate about ballet. How could I compete? I thought I'd carried this encounter off well, but he said, "Hey, Liz, are you okay?" and put his hand under my arm, as if I needed him to steady me. Looking past him into the street, I must have sounded absent-minded. "Yeah, Dan, course." The childminder and the little girls had disappeared. "Look, Dan, I'm in a real hurry. I'll have to go. See you around." I sprinted down the street. When I turned back briefly, Dan was still standing there in his baggy trousers, looking as if he'd been set an exercise in his mime class, express surprise and confusion. He always was a drama queen. Still, I couldn't see the childminder and the two kids. I was scared they'd already gone into one of the houses, and I'd have to go through the whole charade of playing doting auntie by the school gate again. I wasn't sure I could handle that. This was turning into the smart bit of Whitley Bay. Big Edwardian houses were set back from the pavement. Through painted wooden gates, I glimpsed long back gardens with fruit trees and striped lawns. The streets were parallel, running off the main road, where the row of small shops gave the impression of a village. I didn't see it as a place where the childminder would live. The houses round here went for a lifetime's earnings. She was taking the girls to their own home, and I didn't even know which street she'd taken from the main road. I stopped running. I was just drawing attention to myself. People were staring. I must have looked wild. Again, I forced myself to breathe more slowly into the pit of my stomach, then began a systematic search. The streets were straight. Although trees had been planted at the edge of the pavements, I could see at the end of each one. There was a group of kids walking down the first I tried, but they were older, loaded down with violin cases and bags of books. There was no adult with them. The second was empty. That was it. Time to give up. Perhaps I could find Dan again and persuade him to come for a drink. I really needed a drink. Last time I'd heard, Dan had been working for a community theatre group and he was always broke. I could probably buy half an hour's company for the price of a pint, or two. Then I heard voices behind me, children's voices. The minder was carrying a plastic bag with all day's convenience stores printed on the side. They'd been in a shop all the time, and in my panic, I'd run past them. I was standing on the pavement like a prat, looking crazily around me. There was nowhere to hide. The woman came up to me and stopped. "That was quick," she said. "Sorry?" "You've got rid of your sister's kids, then?" "Yes." She must have thought I was a half-wit. "A change of plan." "Do you live round here?" There was envy in her voice which confirmed that she didn't. "No, I wish. Just meeting a friend." We smiled conspiratorially. For a moment, it was us against all these rich bastards in their big houses. Then she moved on. I stood at the corner and watched her go, counting the houses until she went in. She didn't look back. The Lang's house had a stone porch with a blue front door, and there was a magnolia tree in the front garden. I wouldn't miss it if I came again. I wasn't sure what to do. I had a choice: a drink with Dan, or make an effort to see Kay. A late afternoon pub, quiet, with only a couple of serious drinkers to compete for the landlady's attention, seemed attractive. Dan would be up for it. We could talk about university, catch up on the news of old friends. He'd probably still be on the main road, expressing confusion and surprise. But I wanted to meet Kay Lang. It was already 4:15. Kay was an infant teacher. The kids would be gone by 3:30 at the latest. There'd be clearing up to do, a staff meeting perhaps, but she could be home at any time. Without being conscious of taking a decision, I leaned against the phone box on the corner and waited, watching the traffic grow heavier, my eyes fixed on the blue front door. She arrived home nearly an hour later. I knew it was an hour because I checked my watch, but it seemed as if I'd only been there for minutes. I couldn't tell you what I was thinking about. She was driving an electric blue Corsa. It was new. Not something Ronnie would normally stock, and not something picked up at an auction. She pulled into the side of the road, so I thought she was going to leave the car there, but she opened the door of the double garage and drove into one side. 5 minutes later, the childminder came out through the front porch. One of the children waved to her from a bedroom window, but she didn't notice. She walked down the street in the opposite direction. I waited until she was out of sight before approaching the house. Chapter 11. Kay Lang opened the door as if she expected the caller to be someone dirty and unemployed selling dishcloths. She couldn't have many friends who just dropped in. She changed from the skirt and jacket she'd been wearing for work into a grey tracksuit and white trainers. Very white trainers. Yes? This was the woman Philip had made love to more than 20 years ago, the mother of his child. She would have been very different then, of course, a student, and I could tell she would have been pretty in a conventional way. But that was the problem. I wasn't jealous, nothing like that. I was disappointed. I had hoped for more from Philip, that he would have fallen for someone different, more exciting. Well, she demanded. She made to close the door. I flashed my identity pass. Lizzie Bartholomew from the Youth Justice Team. I wasn't sure if there was a Youth Justice Team in North Tyneside, and at 19, Thomas Mariner would probably be too old to concern them. But social service provision was labyrinthine, even to the people involved. I didn't think Kay Lang would know the difference. He doesn't live here now. I'm aware of that, Mrs. Lang. I just want to chat. Talking to Kay, I felt sharper than I had all day, on top of things for the first time. Philip would have been proud. On the other side of the privet hedge, an elderly neighbour was on his knees weeding. If he hadn't been there, Kay wouldn't have been so accommodating. She didn't want him to hear her being rude. You'd better come in. Ahead of me, through an open door, I saw the children at a table in the kitchen. They had changed too, one into pink dungarees with matching flowery shirt, the other into blue. I knew their uniforms would be hung up and neatly folded, ready for the next day. They were working with exercise books and pencils. I thought they seemed too young for homework, but none of the schools I'd attended had been like St. Cuthbert's, and perhaps things had changed. The living room was yellow and white, stripped floors, 2 big oatmeal sofas with yellow woven throws, a wood-burning stove, cold now. It wasn't what I'd expected. Not Kay's taste, I thought. She'd have gone for something more chintzy and convenient, Draylon and a real flame gas fire. Ronnie's, then. I was impressed. What's Thomas done now? Kay said. He's gone 18, you know, responsible for himself. I know that. It's not as if we haven't tried. It's not as if he wanted for anything. She turned her head, a gesture which encompassed not only the room, but the house and all it represented. I can see. She sat on one of the sofas, her back very straight. I took the other. Now I was here, I was feeling good, relaxed, confident I could get the information I wanted. I didn't like Kay Lang, and that helped. I didn't mind lying to her. I imagined Ronnie as henpecked and downtrodden. While I was thinking that, my mind was racing, planning the interview. Not too many direct questions, I decided. She'd realise then that I knew less than I pretended. It can't have been easy for him, I said, moving here, a new family, new friends. It's easy to make excuses. Her voice was even. She was trying to sound reasonable. We were 2 professionals talking together. Not excuses. I'm trying to understand. Everyone blames the family, she said. That's what makes me so angry. She didn't look angry. She looked bitter, embattled. I'm not blaming anyone, really. She sniffed, as if you couldn't believe anything a social worker said. I'm new to the case. Perhaps you could fill me in on some of the background. I understand that Thomas never knew his father. What has that to do with anything? I thought then that she would tell me to leave. I added quickly, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry. She managed to keep her self-control. I didn't want to maintain a relationship with Thomas's father. It wouldn't have worked. He had other commitments. But Philip wasn't married to Joanna then. That came later, after he'd started work. So what commitments could there have been? Was Stuart Howden keeping some awkward details from me? A previous marriage? Other children? I was longing to know, but this wasn't the time. Thomas was close to his grandparents, though, wasn't he? I asked. He was close enough to them, but they spoiled him. I'm not prepared to buy his affection. He could never accept that. I was already wondering what Ronnie had seen in his cow. There was a shout from the kitchen. One of the girls was asking for a drink. Kay went out wearily to help. I realised she must have been dealing with similar demands all day. Perhaps I was judging her too harshly. I stood up too. I was starting to feel jittery, too much caffeine, not enough food, and couldn't sit still. There was a photograph on one wall of a line of trees in winter, sunlight slanting through bare branches. Next to it, on a white shelf, stood a row of books. There wasn't much fiction, a few classics left over from Kay's college days, and some action thrillers, but most were natural histories, travel, autobiographies of explorers, books on wilderness survival. There was nothing else to hold my interest, and I wandered through to the kitchen after Kay. At first, she didn't see me. She stood with a milk bottle in one hand and a plastic beaker in the other, deep in thought. All around her was evidence of her ordered life, calendars, notes, lists. Pinned to the notice board was a reminder that the Methodist wives' outing would be to Hexham Abbey. Packed lunch required, fish and chip supper on the way home. When I met Ronnie, when we got together, I thought it would be good for Thomas. It's not that I hadn't thought it through. He was 11, just the age when a boy needs a father, and Ronnie didn't mind the fact that I came as a package with the boy. Not at all. He said, of course, we'd have a family of our own one day, but he'd always wanted a son. And he had this house. So much room. And wouldn't the other Methodist wives be jealous, I thought spitefully. How they'd envy Kay moving into the smart house in the most desirable street in Whitley Bay. And wouldn't they be secretly delighted when Thomas got into trouble and things started to go wrong? But Thomas wouldn't make any effort to like him. Ronnie tried really hard. He didn't have things easy when he was a lad, and he understood. Thomas always had so much energy. Ronnie said it was like having an untrained puppy in the house. He only had to turn round and he'd knock something over. But Ronnie didn't mind that. He took Thomas out walking and climbing with him. I thought he'd enjoy it, the exercise and the fresh air. In my experience, teenagers hated exercise. They were allergic to fresh air. And at first, he did seem to enjoy it. He talked about training for a job in the countryside, gamekeeper, something to do with conservation, perhaps. But that phase didn't last long, and it didn't stop him doing the things he knew would upset us. Smoking, of course, although we both abhor it, running away from school, attention-seeking behaviour, the teachers called it, as if I couldn't have told them that. He was caught shoplifting in the off-licence at the end of the road. Can you imagine how humiliating that was for me? I teach other people's children, but I can't control my own. People look at me as if I'm to blame for the way he's turned out, but I'm not. I won't take responsibility for it. Thomas has to do that. Did you consider discussing Thomas's problems with his father? Never. I'd had no contact with him since before Thomas was born. What was Thomas like at home? Always difficult, moody and rude. I stopped asking visitors to the house because he embarrassed me. And what about him, I thought. Did he ask his friends here, or did you embarrass him? She sat there, rigid, unblinking, the sort of woman I'd take an instant dislike to if I met her at a case conference or if she was sitting on the magistrate's bench. The sort of woman who'd blow-dry her hair every morning and keep a small packet of tissues and a safety pin in a handbag for emergencies, whose life was ruled by timetables and certainties. But I remembered what Mrs. Mariner had said about her crying her eyes out when her baby was born, and I wanted to get through to her. Don't you miss him? Her head snapped back, so she was looking straight into my face. I'll tell you what I don't miss. I don't miss the vomit in the bathroom when he comes in at 1 o'clock after a drunken party, the loud music in his bedroom and the unsuitable friends. I don't miss the police turning up on the doorstep because the neighbours have complained. All that seems to go with the territory of being a parent. When you have kids, you know they're going to grow up. Did she expect her little girls to stay in every night doing their homework when they were 16? They'd be down Whitley on a Friday night, showing their knickers in Idle's nightclub and throwing up over the sea wall. Of course they would. Then I tried to look at things from Kay's point of view. One moment of freedom, and she'd got pregnant. Maybe she was just being bizarrely overprotective. What was the final straw? I don't understand. What made you decide to throw him out? We didn't throw him out. He had a choice. We'd have made him welcome if he'd agreed to abide by our rules. Something must have provoked the ultimatum. I'm sorry. I'm not prepared to discuss it. Had she caught him shooting up in the immaculate kitchen, having sex on her and Ronnie's bed? Whatever it was, she wasn't prepared to face it now. Does Thomas have a girlfriend? No one that he was prepared to discuss with me. What sort of answer was that? Did he pass any exams in the end? Only GCSEs. He dropped out before A-levels, and nothing spectacular. C's and D's, B in English. He did manage an A in music, but music's his obsession. I couldn't understand why she was so dismissive. The grades weren't bad, especially if he'd been bunking off school, but perhaps it was a good sign that she remembered them at all. What did he do when he left school? He stayed in bed for days on end. No job. How could he have a proper job? He was going to be a rock star, so he told us. The sarcasm was scathing and well practiced. Was he in a band? Apparently. I didn't know how she could be so stupid. Music was his passion, but she'd made no effort to understand what he was into. I couldn't push it, though. Soon she'd remember I hadn't told her what I was doing there. Were they any good? She looked at me as if I were mad. How would I know? You never went to see them play? I'd be the last person he'd want there. And no, they never came here to rehearse. The neighbours are elderly. They wouldn't have stood for it. The band practised in a garage belonging to another parent. Someone more tolerant than us, according to Thomas. Occasionally they were booked to play in a pub. It hardly counts as a career. Doesn't Thomas work at all? She paused. I wondered why she was so reluctant to admit to the job with Harry Poole. Would she have preferred Thomas to be unemployed to justify her action in throwing him out? Or was she so snobby that she couldn't bear him to be working as an invoice clerk for a friend of her dad's? He works for a haulage firm. There's no future in it. She looked at me. He's not a stupid boy. With a bit of work and effort, he could have gone to university. It's the waste which makes me so angry. And this time she did look angry. Her hands were clasped together and the knuckles were white. I don't like the people he mixes with there. They're a rough crowd. Did he enjoy the work? He got out of bed to get there on time, so I suppose he did. He was never prepared to do anything he didn't want to. He's not badly paid for what he does. I suppose he enjoys the money. When did he leave home, Mrs. Lang? About 4 months ago. And you haven't seen him to talk to since then? No. How did he get on with your daughters? It wasn't a question she was expecting. He spoiled them. They adored him. So they were upset when he left. Children adjust easily at that age. Has he been back to visit them? He wasn't invited. I said nothing, but she continued, as if I'd accused her directly of being callous. We couldn't take the risk of upsetting them again. They're settled now. Why disrupt them? My son is unreliable, Miss Bartholomew. He could promise to visit but not turn up, or he could arrive drunk. The girls have seen enough unpleasantness. I'm not prepared to put them through more. Did he ever turn up out of the blue, uninvited? I wasn't here. Kath, the childminder, let him in. And? The girls were pleased to see him, naturally. He bought a bag full of sweets. But he left them overexcited. They couldn't sleep. It wasn't good for them. I told Kath she wasn't to encourage him. So he's not been back? He tried once or twice. Not in the last few weeks. Thomas hasn't reported to the office either, I said, though I've sent him a couple of letters. He is at the same address. She looked at me, anxious for the first time. Well, you'd know more about that than me. You found him the place. Absalom House, that hostel in Bennett Street. Of course. It's just that he seems to be a bit elusive at the moment. I stood up. Despite my fascination with Ronnie Lang, I didn't want him arriving now and recognising me. But although she'd been so reluctant to talk to me, now Kay didn't want to let me go. Are you saying you've lost him? Of course not. Nothing like that. He is all right, isn't he? She asked. I'm sure he is. Can you call me when you've talked to him just to let me know? This is my work number. She wrote it carefully on a piece of paper. Why didn't she want me calling her at home? It wasn't as if she could be scared of Ronnie. I thought she liked to keep her life compartmentalised, and Thomas didn't have a place here anymore. I was letting myself out of the front door when she called after me. I thought I was doing the right thing. Tough love. Isn't that what they call it? I supposed she'd read about tough love in a women's magazine, or perhaps the Methodist wives had been given a talk on it. To me, it seemed like an excuse. Chapter 12. Absalom House was double-fronted, part of a terrace in a shabby street running up from the seafront. When family seaside holidays were popular and the workers of industrial lowland Scotland thought Whitley Bay would be a glamorous place to spend a couple of weeks in August, it had probably been a hotel. Now it was a place to dump homeless young people. "It's not a hostel," said the woman who answered the phone when I rang. She sounded indignant. "I mean, it's not the sort of place where they're pushed out of the door after breakfast and not let in until supper time. We're a real community." Maybe so, but from her voice, middle-class prim, I doubted that she lived there. More likely she went home every night to a nice home in a nice area. She could have been a neighbour of the Langs. I doubted too that she had much contact with the residents. I imagined her as one of the social workers of my childhood, locked in her office writing reports while we played fretfully outside, desperate for adult company and support. This time I'd planned a different cover. I told the woman I was a journalist researching a feature on young runaways. She was sniffy, until I implied that the publicity would be good for fundraising, and promised faithfully not to use individual residents' details without their consent. If I'd said I was a social worker, she'd probably have let me in more easily, but I knew I'd get nothing out of Thomas and his mates that way. I conned a lift out of Ray again. It wasn't much out of his way, he said, though I knew fine well his next job was in Berwick, in completely the wrong direction. He didn't speak all the way down the Spine Road. He just sat with his eyes on the road and a daft, dreamy grin on his face. "What is going on with you and Jess?" I asked suddenly. I wanted to know how things stood. I must have sounded like an angry father asking the intentions of a daughter's suitor because he blushed. "I think I want to marry her," he said. "What do you mean, you think?" "I mean, I do." "What does she say?" "I've not found the courage to ask yet." But he would. I could tell by the self-absorbed smile. He couldn't stop thinking about her. She was there, with him, at every sooty boiler and leaking radiator. I wanted to ask what would become of me then. Would they sell the house in Newbiggin? Would they keep it for themselves? In the end, I didn't say anything. I left him to his marshmallow fantasies. But the thought of Jess as a married woman added to my edginess and uncertainty. If she settled down with Ray, where would I go? Somewhere like this. There was another jolt when the door was opened to me by Dan Meach. We stared at each other on the doorstep. Inside, there was the sound of music. Through an open door, I saw a couple of lads bickering over a pool table, but they took no notice of us. I was embarrassed. It occurred to me that Dan was living there. He'd never made much money at work. Like most actors, he seemed to be without a job for most of the time. Perhaps acting out his community theatre group had finally disbanded through lack of interest. I suspect he felt equally awkward. I'd behaved very oddly when we met the day before, lurking outside an estate agent's. Perhaps he'd heard rumours of the incident in Blythe. These things are hard to keep quiet. Imagined I'd had a breakdown, being kicked out onto the streets. The silence was broken by the prim voice from the phone. It sailed over the upstairs banister, followed by an eccentric woman in a long velvet skirt, trailing scarves and big boots. She had dyed ginger hair back-combed into a bush, and very bright lipstick which strayed wildly from the outline of her lips. She was more elderly than the voice suggested, and quite different from the social work clone I'd pictured. "You must be Miss Bartholomew," she said. "Come in, my dear. Dan, this is the journalist who's promised us some publicity. Dan Meach, one of my part-time staff. He and I are the only ones who live in." More shattered preconceptions. "Lizzie and I are old friends," Dan said. "We were at university together. Journalism, is it now, Lizzie?" Not giving me away, but making it clear to me that he didn't believe a word. "Can you do the tour of honour?" the woman said. "I've just had Charlie's social worker on the phone. His mother wants him home, apparently. I don't believe a word. We need to talk." She drifted away towards the arguing voices, leaving a cloud of patchouli behind her. We watched her go. "That's Ellen," Dan said. "She runs the place." "A character." "That's the impression she likes to give. She's not as dotty as she makes out." "And she's your boss?" "That's right. I'll show you upstairs first, shall I?" Sarcastic, as if he knew I had no interest in the fittings and furnishings. What happened to acting out? I still work there. It was never exactly a full-time commitment. I followed him along the top floor, peering round doors, interested despite myself. Ellen had been right. This wasn't an institution. It was a big, shabby home. The ceilings were high and the rooms were airy. Most had their own bathrooms. If Jess did decide to sell up Seaview, I could do a lot worse. He was leading me back to the main staircase when a door opened and I had a glimpse of two faces. Girls with dark eyes wearing soft white headscarves. The door shut again quickly, although they must have been on their way out before we appeared. "Who are they?" "No personal details," Ellen said. He was still hostile. "I'm not asking for names. I'm interested, that's all." "Looking for a story?" He was sneering again. "That's right." "They're sisters," he said. "Eastern European originally. They've been through a bad time." I would have liked to know more, but that wasn't why I was here, and I didn't want to antagonise him with more unnecessary questions. We went back downstairs and sat in the kitchen. It had that grubby untidiness which you always seem to get when young people live together. Biscuit crumbs on the floor, and unwashed mugs piled up in the sink, a fruit bowl of shriveled oranges and overripe bananas. But it was a pleasant room. An open door led into a glass lean-to, and then an overgrown garden. Dan put on the kettle before he turned on me. Perhaps being in charge of all these people had gone to his head. "What exactly are you doing here, Lizzie? And don't give me the crap you gave Ellen. Journalists make notes. I bet you haven't even got a pen on you." So I told him. Not about Philip. Just that I was on the sick, and that I'd been asked to trace a lad. He made a pot of tea and rinsed out a couple of the mugs. He didn't ask about my illness, but I gave him something to be going on with. "Depression," I said. "Stress-related." I almost felt I had him eating out of my hand. Almost, but not quite. Dan Meach was never a soft touch, except when it came to blonde dance students. "Thomas Mariner," I said, staring at him, hoping for a flash of recognition. None came. Perhaps I'd underestimated his skill as an actor. "I can't tell you anything. I work here. It's confidential." "Look, all I've got to do is wait for one of those lads playing pool. They won't stay in all day and I can be very patient. If Thomas is living here, they'll tell me. If I give them a tenner, I'll know the colour of his underpants and when he last had sex. But it's delicate, isn't it? He wouldn't want them all knowing someone's looking for him. Besides, if Thomas is here, you'll know him better than anyone. If you were involved from the beginning, you'd be able to help." "He isn't living here." As if that was the end of the matter. Either he'd never known me very well, or he'd forgotten how stubborn I could be. "But he did once, and you'll know where he is now." "He doesn't want anyone to find out. I promised I'd not say. And how come you're involved anyway?" "This is personal, Dan. Almost family." And really that was what it felt like. I was expecting more of a fight, but suddenly Dan gave in. Perhaps he could tell how much this would mean to me. He held up his hands, a gesture of surrender. "All right, you win." "An address, then?" "Look," he said wearily, putting off the inevitable. "Do you fancy a pint?" There was a pub a couple of streets away. It was very small, one bar, not much bigger than Jess's kitchen. The landlord was a big jowled man, flabby and loose-skinned. He nodded at Dan as soon as we walked through the door and had his pint pulled before we reached the bar. He seemed offended when I said I'd have the same. If ladies drank beer at all, it was clear he preferred them to have halves, which he'd serve in glasses with stems. "How did you get involved in Absalom House?" I asked. "Acting out did a workshop there for the residents. Ellen and I got talking. She offered me a job." "Who funds it? Social services?" "They fund a few of the residents, kids who've been in care and need a bit of support. But it's a charity. Ellen set it up 30 years ago in memory of her son. He was sleeping rough in London, got mugged, and died 2 days later in hospital." "Is there a Mr. Ellen?" "I suppose there must have been once. She never mentions them. She probably wore him out. She's tireless. There are other trustees, but she does most of the work. She's provided a home for hundreds of kids over the years. I don't know how long she'll be able to keep going. I don't dare ask her age, but she must be at least 70. She was an actress in rep before she started up in this. Perhaps that's why she took to me. In my darker moments, I think she might be expecting me to take the place over when she can't manage anymore. Grooming you for stardom? He grinned. Something like that. Thomas Mariner was one of your residents. Aye, for a couple of months. He had the room next to the lasses you saw, the sisters in the headscarves. But he's working. It wasn't hard for him to find his own place. Absalom House was always going to be temporary for him. Perhaps his mother thought it would bring him to his senses, send him home, promising to be a good boy. What's he like? He'll do all right. Come on, Dan. You can give me more than that. He'd had a row with his family. Uptight middle-class bitch and a stepfather I never met. But you did meet the mother. She helped him move in, brought round some of his gear in the car. There was something heavy going on between them, not just him moving out. I mean, he was old enough to be independent anyway. With a bit of time, he'd have been able to find a flat, but she wouldn't give him the time. There was something else that'd fallen out big style. Did he ever tell you what it was all about? No, I was just starting to know him when he moved out. There was a student, a lad Thomas had been friendly with when he was at school, who needed a body to share a house in Seaton Delaval. The lad's father had bought this place and done it up. The mortgage worked out cheaper than whole of residence fees, apparently, and I suppose he saw it as some kind of investment. Anyway, Thomas could afford the rent, and he moved on. Did he talk about his work? Not much. He likes to impress, does Thomas, and moving paper around in the haulage firm didn't give the impression he wanted to create, not in front of the other lads. He'd rather be talking about the band he's in, the gigs he plays. Is it paper? What do you mean? It'd be computers now, wouldn't it? Any invoice and booking system? Well, he'd be all right then. Dan was starting to get impatient. He knows all about IT. Ellen's system went on the blink and he got it going again. Bragged about it for weeks, but he certainly knows his stuff. You don't sound as if you liked him. Like I say, he'll do all right. He must have realised that wasn't enough for me. Look, he's young, a bit cocky, a bit arrogant. Or maybe he's just not very sure of himself and needs to put on a show. Whatever. None of them are angels. Why is he still working for the haulage company if he's so good with computers? He could get a job programming. It'd pay more. Perhaps he likes being a big fish in a little pond. The confidence thing again. Some mystical or telepathic signal must have passed between Dan and the landlord because 2 more pints appeared on the bar. This time, I paid. Anything else you can tell me? He'd started doing voluntary work, fundraising for some conservation charity. It was probably Nell's influence. Nell? His girlfriend, the love of his life. At least she was while he lived at the hostel. They've split up recently. Does she live at Absalom House? Dan shook his head. She's still at school, 6th form of Whitley High. Lives at home with Mummy and Daddy. Staid and respectable, in an arty, theatrical sort of way. Mummy and Daddy are arty too, very liberal. He paused, gave the sheepish grin which made me remember why I'd fancied the pants off him at university. She did a work experience at acting out. I was relieved. That explained Dan's ambiguous attitude to Thomas. There was nothing sinister, and I hadn't been imagining things. They were rivals for the affections of a pretty girl. Dan was still speaking. Her real name's Helen Ravendale, but known to all our friends as Nell. Suddenly he stopped short. A question he should have asked up front had just occurred to him. If his mother wanted to find Thomas, why didn't you come and ask? Because you wouldn't have told her where he was? It is his mother, then, who asked you to trace him. I tapped the side of my nose and told him that I had client confidentiality to respect too. Let's have that address in Seaton Delaval. Look, he really didn't want anyone to know. He made a point when he left. If he asks, he didn't get it from me. OK. It's 16 Isabella Street. He stopped pretending to resist. I remember because I was preparing to forward some mail to him this afternoon. If you come back to the hostel, you can pick it up. You might as well take it with you. Save me a trip to the postbox. Chapter 13. That night I had the blithe dream again and woke up shaking. In the morning I went to Delaval. I hadn't slept well, but I couldn't put off seeing Thomas. I'd woken to the same obsession, the same drive to carry out Philip's instruction. Perhaps I had become so caught up with his commission because it was a way of burying my own demons. I didn't think the flashbacks would end when I found Thomas, not consciously. But I felt it was a way of taking control again, of my own life and my own mind. It wasn't until I was sitting on the bus that I realised I didn't know what I was going to say to the boy. Philip hadn't given me any clues. We pulled up a bank past a row of grey terraced houses. A colliery wheel fixed in concrete surrounded by bedding plants marked the end of a village, and an Alsatian dog was cocking its leg against it. What will I tell him? I thought. I'm a friend of your father's, but by the way, he's dead. In the seat across from me sat a very fat woman, so fat that she was ageless. She had huge chins and sagging bosoms, and she took up the whole double seat. She was muttering to herself about buying a pair of shoes, telling the whole story of what would happen when she went into the co-op to choose them. No one took any notice of her. When you see mad people, usually you ignore them, put them out of your mind. But that day in the bus, that woman really bugged me. I wanted to yell at her to shut up. I had plans of my own to make which were more important than buying shoes. I didn't shout, of course, but that's what I wanted to do. I still hadn't decided how I was going to play my meeting with Thomas when I got out of the bus. It was possible that he was well and contented, that, having escaped from his mother and stepfather, these new friends had provided a surrogate family. Perhaps he wouldn't need my advice or my friendship. I could take him out occasionally for a drink or a meal, like a distant godparent. Stuart Howden could deal with the rest. But somehow I didn't believe in the fairy tale ending. And anyway, wasn't friendship what I was hoping for? I was confused and miserable. Perhaps my low mood had to do with the weather. A sea fret had come in from the coast, bringing a persistent drizzle. I felt paler, greyer, as if it had washed away my Moroccan tan. In the street, everyone walked with their heads bent. It was so dark that I expected streetlights, and their absence threw me. There was something else, something more worrying. For the last few days, I'd thought I was being followed. It had happened before. It happened just before I lost my temper that time in Blythe. However much I knew, really, that no one was following me, I couldn't get the sensation out of my head. Seaton Delaval was once a pit village. The streets are straight and grey, little Tyneside houses or flats with two front doors side by side, one leading upstairs and one down, face onto the narrow pavements. In fine weather, young mothers sit on the steps, smoking and chatting. Today, Isabella Street was empty, except for one figure in a long black coat hurrying to get into a car and out of the rain. Number 16 was a house. The upstairs and downstairs flats had been knocked together. Where the second door had been was now a sheet of plate glass, so I could see inside to a hall and a staircase. There was a brown cord carpet on the floor, which was covered in so much muck and dust that it looked as if it hadn't seen a hoover since it went down. A bike was propped against the wall, and there was a mountain of random boots and shoes. I rang the bell. There was no reply. I didn't try it again. The feeling that I was being watched was making me really jumpy, and I fled back down the street the way I'd come. This needed more preparation, and I was glad of the delay. On the roundabout there was a shop run by an Italian family. The place was famous for its ice cream. Jess and I had queued there on Sunday afternoons after a ritual visit to the gardens of a local stately home. Jess had an immense curiosity about the aristocracy. Ray would have disapproved, I'm sure, if he'd known he was something of a revolutionary on the sly, but I don't think she'd ever let on. Inside the shop, a few tables and chairs had been set out as a cafe. It was all dark panelled wood and dusty shelves, with jars of boiled sweets, brightly coloured sherbet and licorice sticks. I sat over a milky coffee and tried to make sense of my position. Suddenly it occurred to me that Thomas was unlikely to be at home at this time anyway. Wouldn't he be working at Harry Poole's? Perhaps Thomas's student friend would be in on his own. If he could confirm that Thomas was living there, I could report back to Stuart Howden and leave the friendship thing until I felt better prepared. This time someone was in. From upstairs came the thud of a bass-line music I didn't recognise. I pushed the bell and heard it ring faintly above the sound. Still, there was no response. The door of the next house opened and a girl looked out. She was 14 or 15, dressed in black trousers and a white shirt which I took to be school uniform. Beneath the white shirt was the neat dome of a pregnancy. Otherwise she had the figure of a child, very slight and boyish. Her feet were bare and she stood in her own hall and peered round the door at me. "They won't hear," she said. "They never do." "Are they both in?" "Who are you?" "Lizzie Bartholomew." This time I didn't show my pass. "From the social?" "No, nothing like that." "What then?" I only hesitated for a second. "Housing officer from the university. I have to check it's a reasonable place for students to live." I know, unlikely, but the girl bought it anyway. Or she was looking for an excuse not to go straight back to school. "Course it is. They've done it all out. It's better than the other houses in the street. Better than in here." Her voice was wistful. "All the same." "I don't know who's in," she said. "I've just come back from the doctor's. I got caught short on the way back to school. You never stop pissing, do you, when you're pregnant?" I banged on the door again to show I was serious about getting in. "Look," she said, "there's a key. I'll show you." She slipped her feet into black boat-like shoes with big square heels and joined me on the pavement. On the front sill of number 16 was a wooden window box. There were 3 clay pots inside. The plants were dead. The student obviously wasn't into gardening. The girl took one of the pots, knocked out the plant, and inside there was a key. She tipped it into her hand, wiped the earth from it on her trousers, and gave it to me. I expected her to go home then, or to make her way back to school, but she stood beside me, curious, proprietorial. "Go on then," she said. But when I put in the key, it wouldn't turn. I pressed the handle, and the door opened. It was already unlocked. "They're daft, those two," the girl said. "I've told them they should be careful. They'll get burgled. They've got no idea what it's like round here." She pushed ahead of me and charged up the stairs. I shut the door behind me. The music was louder inside. Much, much louder. And weirder. Pierced by a sudden, shrill, high tone. Then the music stopped and the piercing screech continued. It was the girl, wailing. The noise came from somewhere in the back of her throat. That was what made it so high-pitched. It must really have hurt her to make it, and even when I was standing right behind her, she wouldn't stop. She stood in the doorway of a bedroom. I pushed her out of the way, and suddenly I'd walked into my own nightmare. It was like reality and flashback had collided with the violence of a nuclear explosion. The result was blood. It was everywhere. Glossy and very red against the monochrome decoration, spreading out from the grey figure curled on the floor. But where was the knife? In my dream, there was always a knife. I scanned the scene, but I couldn't see it. It certainly wasn't centre stage where I'd expected. Then the girl's screaming got to me. I took her by the shoulders and shook her, forgetting about the baby she was carrying, just wanting the noise to stop. It was like a drill inside my head. It was hurting me, like all that red was hurting my eyes. There was silence. She turned and stared at me, her mouth still open. I touched her shoulders again, this time an apology, a clumsy attempt to comfort. "Is there a phone in your house?" I demanded. She nodded, still unable to speak. "Phone the police. Not from here, from your house. Can you do that?" She nodded again. She was halfway down the stairs when I called after her. "Who is it? Which one is it?" Her voice was a croaky whisper, as if she'd regained her powers of speech at last, after a lifetime silence. "Tommy Mariner?" Of course I'd known all along that it was Thomas. It was as if I'd been expecting it, as if I'd seen it before in a vision. Since I'd stabbed that boy in Blythe, I'd been waiting for it to happen again. I began to sob. "I'm so sorry," I said. So sorry." I wasn't talking to Thomas, but to Philip. Chapter 14. So, I was back in the same room. High walls painted that thick cream gloss that you only ever find in institutions. A high window slit horizontally like a postbox in a door. A graffiti-covered table bolted to the floor, and on the table a fluted foil container which they used as an ashtray, but which might once have held a mince pie. It looked as if it had been there since Christmas. Since the last time. 4 chairs, moulded plastic, the same policeman asking the questions, and he made the connection too. Another stabbing, Miss Bartholomew. He spoke sadly. It was as if I'd let him down. A woman sat beside him. She was only a bit older than me, thin-lipped with blotchy skin. She didn't speak, didn't even move. The 4th chair was empty. The man's name was Farrier. He was large, a middle-aged schoolboy with a beer belly, curly hair and round specs. Away from work, I could imagine he'd be jolly, the life and soul of any party. He wasn't fit, and he wasn't hungry. He was decent. I'd realised that the first time. The woman was a sergeant called Miles. I didn't stab Thomas Mariner, I said quickly. He paused. But would you know if you had? Really? That's what we have to decide. There was a moment of panic when I wondered if he was right. I dredged back through my memory for a snapshot picture of Lizzie Bartholomew with her arm raised, a knife in her hand. There was nothing. And I hadn't seen Thomas before I found his body. I was certain I hadn't killed him. Almost. There was no knife, I said quickly. Not by the time we got there, certainly. I remembered stabbing the lad in Blythe. You did, he agreed. But it would have been hard not to. All those people pulling you off, the noise, the fuss. Do you remember it now, properly? Everything that led up to it? I shut my eyes and lived through it again. Oh, yes, I said, as I opened my eyes. I do remember it properly. Everything. Not just stabbing him, but everything that led up to it. And I remember perfectly everything that happened today. I hoped he'd take me through it then, so I could get it over with. I could make a statement and get back to Jess. If they'd told her I was here, she'd be waiting outside, as she would if I was one of her junkies being bailed to her care. But Farrier seemed in no hurry to come to that. Remind me what happened in court that time, after you stuck the scissors in that lad from Blythe, he said. He would know already, of course. Even if he couldn't remember, he'd have looked it up. 6 months probation, I told him, playing the game. Ah, yes, he said. After all, there were extenuating circumstances. He was talking about Nicky. My solicitor had made a lot of that. I'd hated it, not just reliving the experience in court, but hearing myself portrayed as victim. Farrier looked at me, prompting me to continue. The probation order contained a condition that I receive medical treatment. I forced out the words. He looked at me seriously. Did you receive treatment? Yes. And it was helpful? He leaned forward towards me across the table, frowning slightly. I could almost believe he was concerned, that it was my feelings he was considering, not the paperwork involved in getting my medical records released before he charged me. I suppose so. I hesitated, teasing him, making him wait for the information he really wanted, then continued, unemotional, as if I were presenting a report to a case conference at the unit. I saw a consultant psychiatrist as an outpatient. I still see him every month. I attended some classes, relaxation, yoga. The doctor thought it might help if I went away from the area for a while. I followed his advice and took a holiday. Occasionally, a community psychiatric nurse comes to the house. We talk about how best to manage my condition. Which is... His voice tailed off delicately, but I knew he wouldn't let it go. I have a bipolar disorder. He continued to look at me, and still the question hung between us. Mood swings. I paused again. Manic depressive tendencies. I knew they were only words, but they hurt. I carried them round with me like a wound. Manic depression is what real crazies have, like the mad woman on the bus. But treatable, surely. With medication, I said. Really, it's almost miraculous. I held my breath and waited for a question which didn't come. Do they know what causes it? As if he were genuinely and objectively interested. There's probably a genetic factor. Bad blood, I thought. I expect my mother was mad too. That would explain a lot. I added, in my case, it seems to have been triggered by stress. I breathed regularly, as Lisa, the community nurse, had taught me. Breathe through the fear, she'd said. Then I looked straight at him. The incident at the secure unit where I was working, it took longer than I'd expected to get over it. I was proud that my voice stayed strong, though Nicky was in my head, smiling. Ah, no, he said kindly. A bad business. We looked at each other for a moment in silence. This medication, you have been taking it regularly. Sod it, I thought. He's been talking to Jess. Sure, I said. I mean, why wouldn't I? Some days I forget, but mostly, yeah, of course I take it. I had stopped in Morocco. The prescription had run out and I couldn't face the hassle of finding an English-speaking doctor to renew it. Then there'd been the experience at the Palmery, and I'd thought, if this is madness, give me more of it. I'd felt alive. I'd thought, I don't want a bland twilight world. I can put up with the lows if I can get these highs. I'd thought I was cured. I'd survived for more than 20 years without drugs. I didn't need them. We can check, he said mildly. The thin-lipped woman was looking at me as if I were an unpredictable dog who should be wearing a muzzle. I had an almost overwhelming urge to live up to her prejudice and smack her. I ignored Faria's comment and leaned back in my chair. My hands were clasped together on the table. They were bloodless and white. I could use some coffee. Faria nodded towards the sergeant. She got up reluctantly and left the room. Tell me about Thomas Mariner, he said later, when the DS had returned with the tray and the tape machine was listening again. The coffee came in polystyrene cups and, although it wasn't as nasty as I'd expected, it had an aftertaste of plastic. Miles had brought biscuits. I dipped a digestive into the hot liquid and nibbled it. It was delicious, sweet and nutty, and for that moment it was more important to enjoy it than to answer the question. Faria seemed to understand that because he waited patiently. Why were you visiting Thomas Mariner? He prompted at last. I didn't really want to tell him. It wasn't anything to do with confidentiality. It wasn't as if I had a professional reputation to think of. I'd lost that when I stuck a pair of scissors in a homeless lad's arm. It's just that, in my experience, it's usually safer to keep the police in the dark. The more you tell them, the more ammunition you give them for later. Information which might seem harmless at the time comes back to haunt you. Then I looked up at Faria and suddenly I'd had enough of being there. I just wanted to get out. I wanted to be home sitting on the sofa in Jess's front room drinking cocoa and watching a crappy soap on the television. It was work, sort of, I said. Social work? Not really. And then I told him. I didn't go into details about my relationship with Philip, but I gave him the rest. The letter from Stuart Howden, the funeral at Wintrylow, the commission to trace Philip's illegitimate son. He wrote it all down. Occasionally he interrupted to ask for details gently, so at the time I didn't realise he wanted to test the consistency of my story. Where was the solicitor's office? Morpeth, that street opposite the library. And the date of the funeral? It was the 3rd of June, a Thursday. He seemed satisfied, jotted down a scribbled note, then looked up at me again. How did you find the boy? By that time I felt lightheaded through having talked so much. I don't like being the centre of attention. Showing off has never really been my thing. Sitting there with both of them staring at me made me feel strange. I wanted to put my hands over my eyes and pretend I was on my own. Go on, Faria said kindly. Take your time. So I explained about talking to Thomas's grandmother and Kay Lang and going to the hostel in Whitley Bay. I didn't tell him the lies I'd told to get through the doors. Like I said, that sort of thing can come back to get you. And I didn't mention Ronnie Lang. I'm not sure why. Dan Meach, one of the residential workers in the hostel, gave me Thomas's new address. I looked up at Faria bleakly. I thought I'd been really clever. A brilliant piece of investigation. You should consider a career with the police. Of course he didn't mean it. Do you think I could have caused his death? Indirectly, I mean. I didn't set out to. But could I have stirred something up with my poking around? He smiled again. He had a lovely smile. I wondered if he was a father, if his kids knew how lucky they were. No, he said. Shouldn't think so for a minute. Do you believe me then? Well, it's a hell of a story to make up. He stood up and beckoned for Miles to follow him. Wait there for a tick. At the door he gave a bit of a wink. We won't be long. The uniformed policewoman who came in to sit with me brought more coffee and a plate full of biscuits. I think they were probably Faria's idea too. He was longer than I expected, and I was starting to feel twitchy again when he came back in. I half stood in my seat, thinking they'd let me go immediately, but he returned to his chair on the other side of the table. He looked troubled, slightly puzzled. It could have been an act, but I didn't think so. Miles wasn't with him, and he asked the policewoman to stay. She must have given her name for the machine, but I don't remember. Is there anything about that story you'd like to change? He asked. No. I didn't get any sense of danger. I was tired. My concentration had gone. I've just spoken to Mr. Howden. That letter he sent asking you to meet him after the funeral. Did you keep it? I'd had it with me when I went to Wintrylow. I'd shown it to Howden in his office as a proof of identification before he started explaining about Philip, but afterwards he had held on to it. I felt exhausted, too tired to explain all that, so I just shook my head. No matter. Faria still sounded cheerful to me. The bank will have the details of the cheque you paid into your account. It wasn't a cheque. It was cash. There'll be a record of that. Not quite the same, though, is it? It could have come from anywhere. And it seems a bit odd. A respectable solicitor carrying round a bundle of used tenors. 20s, I said, and 50s. At last his scepticism cut through my apathy. What's going on? Mr. Howden, he paused, and I could hear the quotation marks, doesn't recollect meeting you after Mr. Sampson's funeral. He doesn't think you were there, even. Chapter 15. They decided to let me go in the end, though I could tell Miles didn't like it. Even walking to get bailed by the custody sergeant, I was still trying to persuade Faria that I'd been telling the truth. There was a receptionist at Howden's office. Show her my photo, she'll know me. Perhaps. But I could tell he didn't hold out much hope. Nor did I. She worked for Howden, didn't she? She'd do as she was told. He felt sorry for me. Like the bystanders that day in Blythe, he thought I was a nutter. He felt a bit foolish because he'd been taken in by my story, but, as I've said, he was a kind man. He suggested I make an urgent appointment to see my psychiatrist. No trekking in the Atlas Mountains this time, though, pet. Whatever he says, you mustn't leave the country. I nearly told him about the feeling I'd had in Delaval, that I was being followed. It was possible that there was someone else in Isabella Street that morning. But I couldn't. All I'd had was a sense of being watched, glimpses of shadows. He couldn't take that seriously, and nor could I. Jess was waiting for me by the front desk. I'd been bailed to stay at her house. She didn't see me immediately. She was sitting on a padded bench which ran along one wall, staring ahead of her, not reading or knitting, just sitting, as if sitting was an active pastime in its own right. She was making a statement, and she wasn't going anywhere. Then she saw me, and she opened her arms wide. "Eh, bonny lass," she said. "Fancy stumbling on something dreadful like that." To show me,
whether you're walking, resting, or just listening, this musical pause is here to bring you peace and presence. Thank you for watching.
and the officers with me that she didn't believe for a minute I was capable of hurting a fly. She never believed any of her lodgers were guilty of the crimes they were charged with, but it was still comforting. She pulled me onto the seat beside her and gave me a hug. I wanted to cry, but I'd save that for later. We stood up together and walked out to the car park where Ray was waiting patiently in the van. As we joined the Spine Road, a big brown cloud covered the setting sun and the light seeped out from behind. "I've asked Lisa to pop in," Jess said casually. So she intended to treat me as an invalid, not a murderer. "Jess, man, it's 8 in the evening. She'll want to be out." Lisa was a party animal. Her idea of business wear was a short leather skirt and fishnet tights, a skimpy cardi which left nothing to the imagination, and a jacket on top to make her look professional. Often she turned up on a visit with a hangover. She'd done a stint attached to the drug and alcohol abuse clinic. "I know," she said, when I pointed out there might be a tad of hypocrisy in her position. "I met a couple of patients in the big market the other weekend, and I was in a worse state than they were." She'd been brought up in Ashington, had one of those accents which pinpoint where you were born to a couple of streets. During our first session, she'd invited me to talk about my family. "After all," she'd said, "our parents are always with us." When I'd explained that mine very certainly weren't, she choked with laughter over one of Jess's milky coffees and apologised for not having read my notes properly. After that, we'd got on fine. "She was on call anyway," Jess said. The three of us were squashed in the front of the van with Jess in the middle, and I felt a tense. "Humour me, pet? I feel the responsibility, you know. I'd rather have a professional give you the once-over." Ray dropped us in the back lane. He wouldn't come in. He muttered something about his neighbour's ballcock, but I suspect all the talk of madness was making him feel uncomfortable. A couple of lodgers were sprawled in front of the telly in the front room. You could tell their minds weren't on the programme. They'd stayed in especially to find out what had happened with the police. Murder was well outside their league, and I sensed a new respect. They were probably disappointed that I was there at all. It would have been much more dramatic if I'd been arrested. Jess got rid of them, bribed them, probably with a couple of quid each to spend in the club. Then we sat, looking at each other. "I spoke to that Mr. Farrier," she said. "He doesn't think you did it." "No? You could have fooled me." She ignored the interruption. "Not possible," he said, time-wise. "The boy wasn't long dead when you found him. Mrs. Russell remembered you in the ice cream shop. You were sitting there like a wet weekend," she said, apparently. "Then there was that lassie that let you into the house and went up with you. She went in first, didn't she? She swears you couldn't have killed him then. So when could you have done it? And what did you do with the knife?" "I was at the house earlier. No one was in, but I could have done it then and got rid of the knife." "No," she said, "you were too long in the ice cream shop. And why would you go back to the house if you'd killed the lad?" She stared at me, a challenge to be rational. I wondered how she'd got all that out of Farrier. Why had he given away the information? She went on, "What were you doing there anyway?" So that was it. He'd asked her to find out. I gave her exactly the same story as I'd given the police. "But Farrier doesn't believe I'd been asked to trace Thomas. He won't accept that's why I was there. He thinks I'm crazy or lying." I paused. "Did I show you the letter from the solicitor, Jess? The one telling me about the funeral at Wintrylow?" She shook her head slowly. "Sorry, pet. I never did see it. You were outside. Do you remember when the postie came? But of course there was a funeral. Why else would you get Ray to take you all that way up the coast? You'd never heard of the place before, had you?" That was true. Philip had never mentioned it. Outside in the lane, there was the sound of a car being driven too quickly, the painful squeal of brakes. Lisa had arrived. "That lass'll kill herself one day," Jess said automatically. It was what she always said. She caught my eye and gave an awkward grin to show she realised she was repeating herself, then stood up to let Lisa into the house. Tonight Lisa was in casual mode, jeans which seemed moulded to her backside, a sleeveless top, and nothing else, apparently, except short, shiny boots with big heels. Jess very obviously left us alone. She said I must be starving, she knew she was, and she'd sort out some food. Lisa seemed to have skipped that part of her training which emphasised the need for a non-judgmental approach, for tact and discretion. "What's been going on then?" she demanded. "Jess says you've not been taking your pills." "Thanks, Jess," I thought. "Who else have you told? Perhaps you put a note in the New Bigham Parish magazine." I explained how good I'd felt in Morocco, how I hadn't thought I needed them. "You'll need them now." No argument, no discussion. "Maybe. No, maybe. It'll be a stressful time. Don't you think anyone walking into a room and finding what you did would be shocked? For Christ's sake, Lizzie, accept that you're human." Could I have dreamt up my whole reason for being there? I asked suddenly. I mean, could it be a symptom of the illness, like the dreams and the flashbacks? "You've not been hearing voices too?" Jokey, but she really wanted to know. "Instructions doing the telephone wire. Over the radio." I shook my head impatiently. "Nah," she said. "You've a perfectly sound grasp on reality. You've enough on your plate without going down that road. Trust your own judgment, Lizzie. I believe you." Then a pager bleeped, and she said she was off to see someone more ill and less stubborn than me. So, I wasn't mad. Lisa said it, so it must be true. But if I wasn't mad, Stuart Howden must be lying. Why would he do that? Did it mean he'd killed Thomas? And that idea that someone as fat and respectable as Stuart Howden might have stabbed a teenage lad to death was the craziest thought I'd had all day. We ate in the kitchen, soup cooked the day before and heated through. One of Jess's specials made from neck of lamb and pearl barley, so thick a spoon would stand upright in it. Jess wanted to ask what Lisa had said, and thought she was being tactful for not asking. In fact, the silence was as dense as the broth, suffocating, so at last I said, "Lisa doesn't think I'm mad." "Of course she doesn't, pet." It sounded as if she was humouring me, like I was a kid. Maybe she wasn't, maybe she meant it. But I lost my temper. All the tension of that day in the police station came streaming out of my mouth, all the crap of the last 6 months. I shouted as loud as I could, filth, words that I hadn't used since the kids' home because I knew Jess hated them, because I'd wanted to be different from the dumb-arse morons who couldn't speak without swearing. She sat there and took it, a gesture as active as her sitting and waiting in the police station. She didn't move, she just waited for me to stop. It took a long time, minutes that seemed like days, but at last the screams turned to sobs and she gathered me up in her arms and stroked my hair, pushing it behind my ear, away from my forehead. "I'll be good," I said. So who was the kid then? "I'll do what Lisa says." Then we opened a bottle of wine and sat together on the sofa, watching a soppy film, just as I'd imagined in the police station. It must have been midnight when I went up to bed. It was comfortable on the sofa, dozing in front of the story with its impossible happy ending, and I couldn't quite face being on my own. Jess would have stayed up all night with me, but I knew she'd be tired. One of the lodgers had a New Deal job, and she got up every morning to make sure he left the house in time for the bus. In my room, I'd gone beyond the need for sleep. I opened the window wide and looked out over the sea. There was a moon, not quite full, not quite perfectly round. I thought of Philip. Listening to the water stirring up the shingle, I allowed myself a self-indulgent rerun of the last night in Marrakesh. At least he would never know how his son had died. I didn't believe in God and couldn't imagine them meeting up for a cosy chat in heaven. I went over the events of the day, trying to make sense of them. Had Philip asked me to trace Thomas because he knew his son was in danger? Had he expected me to protect him? If so, I'd failed him big time. "Come on, Lizzie, dump the guilt." It was something Lisa would say in the sessions when we talked through the mistakes I'd made in the past. I could hear her voice now, persuasive in my head. But today I had more to be guilty about, another death on my conscience. "You can't take responsibility for all the crimes in the world," another of Lisa's sayings. If I wasn't responsible for Thomas's death, who was? Who had stabbed and cut at him, then slipped into the street just before I'd arrived. Did it really matter? Why should I care? I did care. I'd let Philip down. I couldn't let it go. On the windowsill was a pile of papers, my unofficial in-tray, a tax return form still to be completed, bank statements, something complicated about the local authority pension, the latest sick note, and the letters Dan Meach had given me to deliver to Thomas. I'd forgotten to put them in my bag when I set out that morning. There were 3 of them. I lay them on the bed and tried to divine from the envelopes what they might contain. The first was easy. It was a bank statement. I used the same bank and recognised the long white envelope and the return address on the back. The second was postmarked in Whitley Bay. The address was handwritten in spiky italics using a real fountain pen. The third had been typed, but it didn't look like a circular or junk mail. The address wasn't printed on one of those labels which spew out of a computer. Then I turned it over and saw a portcullis and a House of Commons stamp on the back. A letter from an MP, most likely a response to an inquiry Thomas had raised. About what? Homelessness? Dysfunctional families? I knew exactly what I should do with those letters. I should put them back on the windowsill, and in the morning I should phone Mr. Farrier and tell him about them. But I left them on the bed and stared at them, as if with enough concentration and willpower I could develop X-ray vision and see what they contained. I found myself calculating the chances that Dan Meach would tell Farrier he'd given them to me. Practically nil. Farrier would talk to Dan, of course. If I hadn't killed Thomas, the most likely suspect would be one of the kids from the hostel. They're unstable, the homeless, according to the cops, capable of anything. But Dan has a memory like a sieve. He's famous for it. I'm surprised he recognised me that day in the street. Then I thought, well, I can give Farrier the bank statement. How interesting can that be? If Dan does remember giving me letters to deliver, he won't remember how many. And at the same time, I was thinking again, why am I doing this? Why interfere? I promised Jess I'd be sensible. The only answer I could come up with was that I wanted to take some control. I hated the sensation of things happening to me. I opened the handwritten note first. The envelope wasn't very firmly stuck. I slid my thumb under the flap and separated the gummed paper carefully, managing not to rip the envelope at all. If need be, I could re-stick it and no one would ever know. Inside was a square of red card. Written on it in the same italics were a couple of lines. I'm really sorry to have given you that grief. Can't we still be friends? I hope they forward this. Please forgive me. No name at the top and no signature, but I thought it must be Nell, Thomas's girlfriend. There was no address for her, which was a bummer, but Dan Meach had mentioned her surname, Ravendale. The family might be in the phone book, and it wasn't a common name. I scribbled Ravendale on the back of the card so I wouldn't forget it, then realised what I'd done. It would be impossible to hand the thing back to Farrier now without explaining that I'd opened it. Stupid. And why would I want to trace the girl anyway? I opened the letter from the House of Commons without any attempt to keep the envelope intact. It was from our MP, a woman called Shona Murray, newly elected in a by-election. She had a reputation for being radical and honest, but then she was very new. I'd seen her once on Question Time. I remembered a lot of hair, wild in an untidy, untamed way, not as if some designer had spent hours with a comb and a mousse. I'm not sure what she'd said, pretty much the party line, I think, but she'd impressed me with her humour. She, or more probably her secretary, had written, "Dear Thomas, thanks so much for the information. I do need, of course, to be certain of its accuracy before I can use it. I'm sure you understand the responsibility of an MP in a situation like this." The letter was laser printed, but Shona Murray had signed it. The use of Thomas's first name seemed significant. Had there been a regular correspondence? Had they met? I felt suddenly exhausted. It was too much to take in. I returned the letters and the unopened bank statement to the windowsill. A container ship was moving slowly towards Blythe docks. I didn't expect to sleep, but lost consciousness immediately. Chapter 16. It's evening. I'm pacing a long corridor. There are pools of shadow where the security lights don't reach. No sound. The children are asleep. Then, ahead of me, I see a boy. He seems to have appeared from nowhere. It's Nicky, a 15-year-old with a fine, drawn face and the pallor of a pensioner. I think of him as one of my successors and approach him without any sense of danger. "Miss." His voice is urgent, his eyes burn as if he's just woken up from a nightmare. "Back to bed, Nicky. It's all right. We'll talk in the morning." I'm close enough to touch him. Nicky killed his grandmother. Recently, I've persuaded him to speak about it. Everyone here has to confront their offending behaviour. The necessity of doing that is a fundamental belief, as essential as the belief in God in a monastery. "Just a few words, miss." That's when I see the knife. Was he holding it all the time? Behind his back, perhaps? Through the white fingers, I see the yellow handle. "Nicky?" But his arm is round my neck, choking me to silence, and the knife is pointed at my stomach. He kicks open the door into his room and pulls me inside. We fall onto his bed like lovers, our legs tangled, his arms still around me. He squirms free and sits over me. The point of the knife is held at my throat. He makes a sound, a bubble of excitement. In my head, I scream to the mother I have never met to save me. I woke with a start to a knock on the bedroom door. I knew immediately it wasn't going to be a good day, but it took a moment to remember why. Jess was standing in the doorway with a mug of tea in one hand. She'd never done that before, not even when I was ill. I'm not much of a tea drinker, but it was a kind thought. She was looking harassed. She'd woken me up to talk. I hope she didn't notice the opened letters on the windowsill. The phone hasn't stopped ringing. Farrier. I knew he'd want to talk again. The press. Not just the journal, some from London. Put on the answer phone? But that'd make things worse, pet, wouldn't it? They'd just come round, camp out on the doorstep. They'll do that anyway? I don't think they will. Not now. She waited for me to sit up and handed me the mug. I took a sip. The tea was strong. I thought I could taste the enamel dissolving from my teeth. "I lied," she said. "I told them you'd been trouble ever since you got here and I'd thrown you out. This was the last straw." She paused so I could tell her how clever she'd been. I obliged. "You didn't. Do you know, everyone believed me. Every single one." She was indignant. As if I'd do a thing like that. I didn't tell her she was different from most landladies. I was miserable, ungracious, and not in the mood for giving compliments. "What else did you tell them?" "That I thought you'd gone to stay in Heaton with an old friend from college." Heaton, where Philip had grown up. Did his family still live there? Was there another set of grandparents for Thomas? Jess must have said something, but I was so wrapped up in my thoughts that I didn't hear her. When I came round, she was looking at me concerned. She's not a daydreamer, doesn't understand it. I made a show of reaching over to the bedside table, shaking a couple of pills from a little brown bottle and taking them with the last of the tea. She didn't say anything, but she left the room beaming. I started phoning Stuart Howden's office at 9 o'clock. The woman who answered wasn't the receptionist I'd met there after Philip's funeral. This person was older and she had a Scottish accent. "Oh, he isn't in the office yet," she said, as if I was mad to expect it. He must have arrived by the time I rang at 10, because the response was different, if just as chilly. "Who should I say is calling?" I gave my name without thinking. A mistake. "I'm sorry, Miss Bartholomew. He'll be in a meeting all day." I wanted to go to Morpeth and drag him out of his meeting, but Jess persuaded me not to. "Leave it to Mr. Farrier, pet. It's his job. He knows what he's doing." I wished I could believe her, but Farrier was convinced I was guilty. He just didn't have enough evidence to keep me in custody. At lunchtime, Dan Meach turned up on the doorstep. He tried a phone, but Jess had given him the same story. He hadn't been taken in by it. He was carrying a bunch of flowers, as if I was an invalid or the one who had died, as if there'd been an accident, and he wanted to mark the spot. "The press have been to Absalom House too," he said. "Daft bastards. They've been handing out money to the residents in return for a story about Thomas. Of course they'll get a story that way. It'll probably be a fairy tale, but what do they care? I shouldn't stay long. Ellen's on her own there, fighting them off." I waited for him to mention the mail he'd asked me to deliver to Thomas, but he didn't bring it up. Not then or later. Unless the police specifically asked him, I didn't think he would. "It was kind of you to come," I said. It was kind, but it was weird, too. We'd been close at one time, but not recently, and he'd never cared much about my feelings. I wondered if a ghoulish curiosity had brought him. Like the readers of the journalists who were pestering us both, perhaps he wanted the details. To know just how much blood there'd been. A description of the scene in close-up and technicolor. He looked awkward and embarrassed when I repeated, "Very kind," so I thought I was right. But he added quickly, "It's Nell." "What about her?" "She wants to speak to you." "Why?" "She's got it into her head that you spoke to Thomas before he died." I couldn't take it in. It was as if he were accusing me of murder. I felt I had to defend myself. He was dead when I arrived at the house. There was someone with me who can confirm— "No!" He almost shouted the interruption, realising too late how I'd taken the words. "Not like that, of course not. She thinks you might have phoned him to make an appointment to visit, or met him on a previous occasion." "Well, I didn't." "Could you tell her that?" "What?" The question was pitched louder than his interruption. "She's out of her mind. She won't take it from me." "She's a bit young for you, Dan, isn't she?" It was a snide remark, intended only to hurt, but he coloured, twisted the flowers in his hands, scattering petals. I took them from him, set them on the kitchen bench, and invited him in. "Is that what the row between Nell and Thomas was about?" I asked carefully. "You?" "He didn't know it was me. Nell told him she'd met another man, someone older. He didn't take it very well." "I wonder why." I was amazed that Dan could be so crass. Thomas had been dumped by everyone he'd ever cared about. Is that why he moved up to Delaval? "One of the reasons. If he'd still been going out with Nell, he probably would have hung around." He looked up and saw my face, gave a melodramatic shrug, a gesture to slide off any trace of responsibility. "I thought he'd get over it. People do. How was I to know that he'd die when he was still angry, before Nell had a chance to make things up with him?" It was very similar to the tone he'd used with me when we were still in college. "Hey, Lizzie, I didn't know you felt like that. How could I realise you'd take it seriously? We're mates, right? It was a bit of fun." As an actor, I thought again he had a limited range. No wonder he'd had to find a day job. There was a pause. In the distance, I could hear Jess hoovering the upstairs rooms. I sat, refusing to break the silence. "I could take you now," he said. "Nell hasn't gone into school today. I've borrowed Ellen's car." Suddenly his voice went flat and bleak. "Please, Lizzie, you don't know the state she's in. I can't go back without you." I considered him suspiciously. Was he better after all than I'd realised? A bit hammy, but with more emotional tone than I'd given him credit for. Then I thought none of that mattered. If I went, it wouldn't be for Dan, it would be for the girl. She'd be blaming herself and me and Dan and her parents, everyone except the person with the knife. And what else did I have to do? I stuck the flowers in a milk jug and left a note for Jess on the table. She'd only have tried to stop me. I closed the kitchen door quietly behind me, but I didn't think she'd hear anyway above the hoover. Dan drove to Whitley Bay in silence, which meant either that he really cared for this girl or that he had more sense than to be triumphalist. Nell's family had a house in one of the streets parallel to that where the Langs lived. Presumably Dan had been on his way there when we met the week before. It was on a corner, detached, mellow brick with ivy growing up the side, a more modern extension built on the back. At the gate I stopped, blocking the path, so Dan had to listen to me. How did you know I'd found the body? Radio Newcastle. I was named. He nodded. A 25-year-old social worker. Oh well, I thought. It could have been worse. Farrier could have added, who's currently on sick leave following a mental breakdown. I'd always thought he was decent. I stepped aside and let Dan past. He led me round the back of the house and opened a door in the flat-roofed extension. I expected to step into a kitchen, but this was Nell's room, a cross between an artist's garret and the Blue Peter studio. Everywhere was colour. One wall was orange, with Pollock-like splashes in red and brown. Another was washed deep blue, fading into lilac. On that, body parts had been printed in black gloss, not just the handprints you see in nursery schools, but feet, arms, buttocks and some smudgy marks which were probably tits. There was a big window looking out over the garden. A long trestle table had been built beneath it. Below the trestle were sets of drawers on casters, baskets with brushes and tubes of paint. Beside it, a couple of high stools. Everything was messy and chaotic. The tubes of oil paint had tops missing. On the opposite wall was a sink. More brushes stood in jars of white spirit on the draining board. On the floor were piles of paper. I saw some pencil drawings which made me think for the first time that Nell was more than a spoilt brat who didn't look after her things. In one corner, a construction was underway, involving chicken wire and plaster. Perhaps it was finished, and making a statement about impermanence, but I don't think so. There were splashes of plaster on the floor, and they still looked wet. Nell could have been another installation. She was curled on a huge purple cushion on the floor. There was more plaster on her hair and her jersey. When she heard us come in, she sat up. "This is Lizzie," Dan said. We stared at each other. "Look, coffee, yeah?" He ran away through an internal door. He seemed very at home in the house. I presumed Nell's parents were at work. Left alone, we continued to stare at each other. She was very small and dark, black hair, which I don't think had been dyed, chopped in a jagged cut around her ears, a little face, dark eyes made even bigger by the panda shadows which surrounded them. Even as she was sitting cross-legged, I could tell she had that dancer's grace which Dan always went for. "You found him," she said. I nodded. There were no chairs, and no way would I sit on the floor with all the crap. I was wearing a decent pair of trousers you could only dry clean. I pulled out one of the stools, dusted it with my sleeve while my back was to her, and sat on that. "I'm not sure why you want to see me," I said. "He was dead when I got there. There's nothing I can tell you." "You must have spoken to him to arrange the visit. I want to know how he was. If he was okay, perhaps I won't feel so bad. Now, I just remember how I betrayed him." I know all adolescents are intense. I'd been intense myself in my search for justice, my mother and the great Newbigin dream, but no one had ever looked at me before with such haunted and piercing eyes. "No." "What did you want to see him for?" I could have lied, but I didn't see the point anymore. The only people I'd have any qualms about hurting or offending were already dead. I told her the whole story. "My problem now is that the solicitor claims never to have heard of me. It makes my position a little," I hesitated, "uncomfortable." "The police think you might have killed Thomas." I nodded again. "That's ridiculous." She was scathing. "Why would you?" I shrugged. "I don't think they need to prove a motive." "At least I wrote to him," she said, "to apologise. We'd had a dreadful row. At least he still knew I cared about him." I didn't say anything. No point in stirring that up either. I moved the conversation on quickly, thinking that Dan might come back any minute, and the last thing I wanted was talk of letters. "Did Thomas ever mention his father?" "Not his real dad. He talked about Ronnie. His mum always wanted Thomas to call him Dad, but he never would." "What did he say about Ronnie?" I tried to keep my voice casual, but I knew it was important. The relationship between Ronnie and Thomas mattered in all this. It could explain why Kay had kicked him out of the house. Thomas said he despised Ronnie. He said Ronnie let Kay walk all over him. But I'm not sure. He was pretty screwed up about the whole parent thing, you know. I knew. I mean, I think deep down he wanted Ronnie to like him. Is that why Thomas started volunteering for a conservation charity? Ronnie's into the countryside too, isn't he? She looked at me. One of the nuns in the kids' home I'd been in when I was 7 had looked at me like that, appraising, judging. I thought she'd been able to tell exactly what I'd been thinking. It had scared me rigid. What do you know about that? She asked. Only what Dan told me, that Thomas volunteered as a fundraiser. I didn't approve, she said. Oh, Dan thought you'd introduced him to the charity. I don't think of it as a charity, more a lobby group, field sports, hunting, political really. I was surprised when he went for it. He said I didn't understand. If I understood properly what was going on there, I'd approve. I remembered what Ray had said after my meeting with Ronnie Lang. Are you saying Thomas worked for the Countryside Consortium? Only as a volunteer. Marcus organised it. When she spoke, she opened her mouth wide. The words were very defined, an actor doing a voice exercise. Another drama queen. I thought she'd suit Dan fine. Marcus? He worked for the consortium in his gap year. We both knew him, though he wasn't at our school. I was surprised when Thomas got involved. He'd made fun of the whole thing at first. Ronnie was a supporter. That was enough to turn Thomas off. And he knew my feelings on the subject. But he seemed to get sucked in. When he started with them, he didn't talk about it much. Like it could have been some secret society. Like it was some big deal and he was saving the world. He liked being mysterious. Do you have an address for Marcus? His father owned the house in Seaton Delaval. Thomas was living with him. I didn't realise until he died, and the address was in the paper. She turned away, so I couldn't tell what she thought of that. What about his paid work at Harry Pool's? Did Thomas have any friends there? Drinking mates, she said. People to go to the pub with when they all finished on Friday nights. I never met any of them. Not my thing. Did he enjoy work? I think it embarrassed him. It was ordinary. Thomas always thought he would be famous. He talked about what he'd do if he got the chance. Journalism, television, music. She paused sadly. And now he's made the front page, he's not around to appreciate it. Dan came in then, clutching 3 mugs by the handles, spilling coffee on the way. He handed the first to Nell, carefully, and set mine on the trestle. He sat beside her on the dusty purple cushion, put his arm around her and held her close. She looked at me over his arm, and she smiled. Not a horrid smile, but gentle, pitying, as if she was able to sense my jealousy and didn't want to hurt me. I should go, I said. Jess will be worrying. He didn't move. That made me cross. I was only there because of him. You don't mind taking me, Dan, do you? Only I don't really want to wait for a bus. Right. He got reluctantly to his feet. What else could he do? If there's nothing else. He looked at Nell. I thought there was something else I wanted to ask, about Shona Murray, the MP, and what Thomas might have been writing to her about. But mention of an MP might trigger a memory of a House of Commons stamp on the back of a letter, so it would have to wait. On the way back to Newbiggin, he asked me what I thought of Nell. Bonny, I said. She's really bonny. It was true. Chapter 17. When I arrived back at Seaview, Jess was in the kitchen, ironing. She always stood up to iron, her feet planted firmly apart, and she attacked the washing with the same sort of energy as if she'd been doing aerobics at the gym. I stood for a moment watching her, thinking about her and Ray and whether they'd get married, and Dan and Nell, and wondering if I'd ever have sex again with someone I cared about. Then Sally, the pensioner who lives on the estate round the corner, turned up with a shopping trolley of News Post leaders. She's 75 issues a day, and our paper girl. Jess always makes her tea because We're about halfway through our round, and anyway, she knows the old girl's lonely, and it's an excuse for her to chat. Sally's a spinster, and I wondered if she'd ever had sex at all. I sat with them at the kitchen table, drinking tea and flicking through the paper, while they gossiped about people I'd never met. The Leader's a free sheet, but there's usually plenty of local news in it. It's not all advertising features and car sales. Today there was a full page on Shauna Murray, headlined, "A Day in the Life of Our MP." A reporter had followed her around the constituency until she took the night train from Newcastle to get to the House in time to vote on an education bill. According to the article, she was specially interested in education because she'd been a lecturer in a sixth form college before she joined Parliament. A lot of her shadowed day had been spent visiting schools. I stood up and slipped out of the room, taking the newspaper with me. Jess and Sally seemed not to notice. They were talking about Jerry, the community policeman, and Sally's hairdresser, Trish. According to Sally, they were having an affair. There'd even been a passionate weekend away in a hotel in Scarborough. Sal might never have had sex, but she loved to talk about it. I'd hidden Shauna's letter to Thomas in my knicker drawer. Jess never came into my room without asking, but I hadn't wanted to take any risks. I pulled the letter out and read it again before turning my attention back to the article. It said that Miss Murray was holding her regular monthly surgery in Newbiggin Sports Centre the following evening. It wasn't necessary to make an appointment. When I returned the paper to the kitchen, Sally and Jess had moved on to the funeral of Matty Watson, who used to keep the pub next to the post office. I'd never met Matty, but by the time Sally went, I felt I knew him as well as they did. If I'd had any relatives of my own, he'd have felt like a favourite uncle. When I got to the sports centre the next day, there were already half a dozen people in the queue ahead of me. I was the youngest by about 30 years. Shauna was using one of the meeting rooms as an office, and we sat in a corridor outside. I felt as if I were waiting for a job interview, nervous and strangely competitive. I eyed up the other candidates, thinking that none of them could have as interesting a reason to see Shauna as I did. A smart young woman who didn't identify herself asked for my name. I gave it, half expecting a reaction, if not from her, then from the listening people waiting. "Eee, aren't you that lass that found that body in Delaval?" But there was nothing. Thomas's murder was already old news. "Shauna's running a bit late," the young woman said. "The trains again." Her voice was pleasant enough, and she flashed a smile, but she didn't look at me. I said I didn't mind, but she was still looking at the sheet of paper in her hand, and I'm not sure she heard. I sat on an orange plastic chair of exactly the same design as the one in the interview room at the police station, took out my library book, and got lost in a Celtic dream world of a beautiful maiden and her 7 brothers who were turned into swans. Okay, so I like fantasy, right? I know it's sad, but it's harmless, and I don't care. When my name was called, I looked up and saw with a start that all my competitors had disappeared. Even the young PA had gone. Shauna Murray had put her head round the door to call me. I recognised the red hair from the television. She seemed tired, but she managed to smile and look at me at the same time. Perhaps she was relieved I was the only one left. I followed her into the room. She didn't sit behind a desk, but on a low easy chair by a coffee table. When I went in, she was arranging her skirt around her. It was long and full and already crumpled. She motioned for me to take a seat beside her. I was reminded suddenly of my forced therapy sessions with the elderly psychiatrist. The layout of the room was much the same. So was the initial question. Each time it seemed he'd forgotten who I was and what I was there for. "Well, what can I do for you?" I'd always been tempted to give a flip reply. Sign my sick note and tell the court I'm complying with the order. I never had, though. In some situations, you have to be prepared to go with the games. With Shauna, I wanted to play it reasonably straight. When she came out with the question, I paused for a moment, then answered, "I'm the person who found Thomas Marriner's body in Seaton Delaval." Her interest until then had been professional and courteous. I was aware now of something else. She was more alert. "I read about it," she said. "It must have been terrible." "Had you ever met him?" She didn't answer directly. He wasn't my constituent. I pushed it. But you had met him. I visited Absalom House, the hostel where he was staying. She paused. It's an interest of mine. Young people who've dropped out of formal education. She was more confident talking about herself than about Thomas. The police think I might be implicated in his murder. And are you? I admired that. She might have been talking to a murderer, but she kept her cool. She didn't shout for her PA. If there was a panic button in the room, she didn't go for it. No, I'd never met him. I can't be seen to interfere with a police investigation. Not at this stage. That's what solicitors are for. I didn't say that in this case a solicitor was the problem. I realise that. That's not why I'm here. Except if I can find out who did kill Thomas, it might let me off the hook. Why, then? This was the part I had to embroider a bit. I could hardly admit to having opened Shona's letter to Thomas. Thomas had a girlfriend. She's young, 17. They'd had a row and she didn't have time to make up with him, so she's feeling really wretched. She needs an explanation, you know, some sort of closure. It was American jargon at its worst, but Shona seemed to accept it. She asked me to help. I'm a social worker. It was true, wasn't it? Just because I was no longer practicing. She said that Thomas had written to you. She's got it into her head that it could have some sort of bearing. For a moment, Shona sat very still. Any correspondence between a member of the public and me must be confidential. Of course. I held out my hands. Look, this isn't me asking. I'm just a go-between. But you would be able to tell the police. Do the police know that Tom wrote to me? The question was sharper than she'd intended. They don't trust me with that sort of information. She smiled again. No, I imagine not. And I imagine your interest is more about getting them off your back than helping Tom's girlfriend. I smiled back, but I was wondering why she didn't want to go to the police. She hadn't refused to tell them the details of the correspondence, but I sensed her reluctance. Surely she couldn't be involved in any way with Thomas's death. I'd never believed in conspiracy theories. Did you know that he'd moved from Absalom House? I asked. No, not until I read the report in the paper. She looked up at me. How were you involved with him, professionally? He had problems with his mother and stepfather, but as I said, I never met him. I only met him once. She was speaking slowly. He made a big impression. Part of it was that he was different from most of the lads there. Well-spoken, you know? He said his mum was a teacher. I wondered how he could have ended up there, but the others were trying to show off in a loud, lippy sort of way, and he was quite cool. For someone so young, he had style. And he seemed to take to me the power thing, probably. People always think MPs have more power than we actually do. It was an informal visit, and we had quite a long chat. I was trying to persuade him to go back to college. His GCSEs weren't bad. With a bit of support, he'd have got a university place. I had a sudden, weird thought. Thomas's social worker could have placed him with Jess. She could have worked the same magic with him as she had with me. He wouldn't have had to show off then. And if he'd been living with us at Seaview, I'd have looked after him. I'd have stopped him being murdered. It was ridiculous, but the dream of that parallel universe made me feel more responsible for his death than I had all along. Shona was continuing. He asked what the law was on whistleblowing. Who should he go to for protection? That's what he said. He was very melodramatic, very mysterious. If there's something worrying you, tell me now if you like, I said. But he wouldn't. Not here, not in Absalom House. You don't know who could be listening. The melodrama again. Write to your MP then, I said. And I remember writing down the name of the Tyneside MP on a scrap of paper, but he told me he didn't want to tell a middle-aged man. What could he understand? So he wrote to you? Yes, she said. He wrote to me. He made allegations, but they were vague, imprecise, nothing I could really use. I thought perhaps he was attention-seeking after all, like all those other lads at the hostel. He just had a more sophisticated style. So you didn't believe him? Not all of it, certainly. Perhaps there was some truth hidden away in there. It was hard to tell. I needed proof before I could do anything. Who was he writing about? Someone at work? You don't really expect me to tell you. Her tone was light, but I could tell she was still thinking about the boy. He'd got to her. It took me a long time to reply, she went on. I mean, he got an acknowledgement from my office saying I'd received his letter, but I was actually away on holiday, and there was a mountain of stuff to get through before I got round to answering him. And it took me a while to remember him. I meet so many people. He probably never got my letter. It depends when he moved, I suppose. I sent it to the hostel. Perhaps he just thought I couldn't be bothered. Will you still have the letter he sent to you? Sure. It'll be on file somewhere. You might want to show it to the police, I said. Inspector Farrier, in Blythe. Sure, she said again. But she didn't write down the name, and I wasn't convinced she'd actually do it. Chapter 18. Once, Harry Poole's yard had held rail freight, but the branch line had closed decades before, and the area next to the derelict track had been turned into a small industrial estate. He had the biggest unit, the one nearest to the road. There was a high brick wall with spikes on top, iron gates painted buttercup yellow. The gates were open, and I could see a warehouse with office space to one side and a couple of lorries parked up. They were yellow too, with Harry's haulage painted in green on both sides. All that was much as I'd expected. What I'd not expected was the group of people gathered just inside the gates. They weren't truck drivers, and they didn't look much like potential customers either. There were about a dozen of them, enjoying the sunshine and a chat, but just starting to get a bit impatient. From their clothes, I'd have put them down as the well-meaning middle classes. They could even have been social workers. Until I saw the microphones, I thought they might be holding some sort of demonstration. Then I realised they were all from the press. It hadn't occurred to me that Thomas's death would still be news, not of sufficient news value anyway to make all these people hang out at his employers. Although it was irrational, I thought they might guess who I was. I imagined them chasing me down the street, asking me their questions, waving their microphones in my face. I was about to slip away and come back another time when Harry Poole appeared. A metal staircase led outside the building to a first-floor office. There was a platform at the top with a guardrail around it, and he stood there looking down on us. I recognised him from the photograph I'd seen in Archie Mariner's. He was a heavy man with the high colour which made me think he'd be a good bet for a heart attack. The reporters stopped talking about their holiday plans and bitching about their bosses and shuffled to silence. I didn't have any sense that they were excited. This was routine. I joined the back of the crowd. No one took any notice. Harry leaned against the handrail and started talking. He had a loud voice which carried, despite the background noise of traffic in the street beyond the wall. He spoke clearly and briskly, but, like the waiting journos, there was no engagement with his subject. He reminded me of an old-fashioned union leader just before he was going to sell his membership down the river. As the regional representative of the Road Haulage Association, I've called this news conference to remind the public of the plight of Mike Spicer, the lorry driver from Berwick, who's still being held in a Belgian prison. So, nothing to do with Thomas after all. He'd stumbled slightly over the driver's name. I thought perhaps Harry needed reminding about the facts too. Mr. Spicer was accused of carrying illegal immigrants over the Belgian border. He has asserted from the moment of his arrest that he had no knowledge of the men's presence. He had complied with all relevant national and EU regulations. The seal around his load was intact when he checked it in Bucharest. A lass with an untidy perm waved her hand. Harry turned to her with a show of patience. Can you explain how the illegals got on board then, Mr. Poole? He gave her a disdainful look, as if to say that he'd been through this a dozen times before, and if she'd been up to her job, she'd have done some research beforehand. We think a ratchet strap was used. The wagon in question was a taut liner, which is put together in sections. The strap is strung around the cargo. As the strap is tightened by the ratchet, the sections are squeezed until a gap occurs, allowing access to the load without the seal being cut. You could tell that the lass didn't understand a word, and Harry didn't care whether she did or not. They were all going through the motions. This law-abiding citizen is being imprisoned for a crime he did not commit. We must maintain pressure on our politicians to fight for his release. He looked around, daring someone else to interrupt, then nodded his appreciation when they remained silent. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. He walked down the stairs towards them. The metal clanged with his weight at each footstep. I expected some of the reporters to approach him individually with further questions, but they'd lost interest already. They started to move to the cars which they'd left in the street. Harry walked past me to a plum-coloured Jag with a personalised number plate, parked with its nose to the warehouse. He drove off, waving to the few remaining people as he passed through the gates. Then the yard was empty. I waited for a moment. Now I wasn't sure what to do. The plan had been to get into conversation with one of Thomas's mates, take him out at lunchtime and buy him a pint in return for a bit of gossip about the company. Clearly that wasn't going to work. There was no one here to approach. All the drivers seemed to be out. But there must be someone in the office. Harry Poole wouldn't have left the place without a body to answer the phone. I climbed the metal stairs, trying to keep the noise to a minimum, and knocked on the door. Yes? It was a grey-haired man who couldn't be far from retirement. He wore glasses which had slid to the end of a thin nose. He looked at me over them. It was a look of appreciation. He didn't get many young women knocking at his door. His eyes moved greedily over my body before resting back on my face. He saw I knew what he was up to and seemed a bit sheepish. He was a sleazebag, but a sleazebag with some decency. I wondered if I could speak to you. I was wearing a short skirt. I sat where he could see my legs. Although I say it myself, they were looking good, still honey-coloured from the remains of the tan. How can I help you? I knew already that I'd made his day. I was here for the news conference, but I could really do with some more background. I don't know. Mr. Poole's not here. Would it be possible to speak to you? I mean, I'd like to do a sympathetic feature, but without a bit more information it won't be easy, and you seem responsible for the day-to-day stuff. This role of reporter was coming to be second nature. He sat at a crowded desk, one of two pushed together. There were piles of paper everywhere. A closed door led to another office. I guessed that belonged to Harry. He'd want his own space. What do you want to know, like? I suppose the everyday details. I mean, that's what brings an article to life. I'd like my readers to understand the pressures which might lead to some companies breaking the law. The phone rang before he could answer. It was a customer wanting a rushed load of children's clothing to be delivered to Aberdeen. As my friend sorted it out, I looked at him admiringly, as if I couldn't help but be impressed by his efficiency. When he replaced the receiver, he leaned across the desk and held out his hand. Keddy Baxter, he said. Now, how exactly can I help you? I didn't give my name. Just tell me about Poole's company, about what goes on here. If you have time to talk, of course. This is always a quiet period, once the first loads have gone out. There might be some interruptions, mind. I'm here on my own. He lowered his voice. That lad who was killed by druggies in Delaval worked here. I'm having to do his job as well as my own. No. What was he like? He was canny enough. His voice was wary, and I could tell any more questions about Thomas would raise his suspicions. It must have been dreadful. He nodded seriously, and he started talking. An hour later I was still there, and I knew of more scams which went on in the transport business than you'd have thought possible. But throughout it all, Kenny insisted that none of that went on at Poole's. Harry was always legit. He was famous for it. Kenny talked with the passion of the enthusiast. This could have been his hobby, not his work. You had the impression that he'd be here at 8 every morning, even if he weren't being paid for it. I envied him. I'd felt like that about the secure unit. What you have to realise, this is a competitive business, he said. He didn't have any teeth at the side of his mouth, and he spoke with a sucking noise. And there's a lot of cowboys, or na drivers like, no one looking over their shoulders to see if they're keeping within the rules. Not like I keep an eye on the lads. If the ministry inspectors come here, they know it's all shipshape. And despite the piles of paper and the mucky coffee mugs, it did seem as if there was an order to his chaos. He showed me his system in loving detail. These here are the vehicle defect forms. He pulled a floppy book of forms from a drawer. Every shift, the driver has to fill out one of these before he starts. Not just if he finds a defect either. That's what happens in some places, not here. It's every shift. Then there are the tachographs. The spy in the cab, I said. The lads can't drive for more than 4.5 hours without a break. Obviously, he didn't think my interruption worth mentioning. And not more than 9 hours in a day, or if they do, they have to make up the rest time later. Isn't it possible to fiddle them? They can try, he said grimly. Would you always be able to tell? It'd have to be good to get past me. He paused. But I can see the temptation, especially on the international runs. You're always boat chasing. If you miss your boat, it can throw out your schedule by hours. I wondered why truck drivers are so bloody impatient. It was supposed to be a joke, but he wasn't amused. There's a speed limit, he said, enforceable. He paused before admitting, but sometimes they defuse the speed limiters. So the lorries can go faster? I wanted him to know I was interested. I was interested. I'd been intimidated like everyone else in a small car by trucks thundering behind me at more than 70 miles an hour. None of my lads would try it, he broke in quickly. But you can see why people do. Like I said, there's a lot of cowboys. I thought he was winding down, but he'd only just started. It was as if he was the champion of the honest haulier. Everyone else was on the make and the fiddle. He took a moment to catch his breath and to take a mouthful of tea, which must have been long cold. Then there's fuel. How much a litre is diesel? He was in full flow now, and he didn't wait for an answer. Well, I'll tell you, 63 pence plus VAT. But red diesel is 32 pence, and you don't pay VAT on that. We buy red diesel for use in the yard, for the forklifts and the machinery. You're not telling me that your cowboy doesn't use red diesel in his tanks. The authorities must test for it, I said tentatively. And if it's red... Ah, he was triumphant. But in Ireland it's green. So? I thought even a colourblind inspector would be able to tell it was dodgy. It starts off as green, but you can filter out the dye by running it through fertiliser. It's smuggled across the Irish Sea. His face was lit up by excitement. Like some Bible-bashing preacher, he was delighted by the extent of the wickedness involved. I'd met cops like him when I was young. Other people's depravity was a justification for their existence. The phone rang again. A driver was stuck in a traffic jam on the M18. Could Kenny tell the customer he'd be late? I wondered cynically if the tachograph could tell the difference between a traffic jam and an illicit encounter with a lonely housewife near at home. When Kenny came off the phone, I put the point more tastefully so as not to shock him. I had the impression he'd be easily shocked. Not the tachograph, he answered with a straight face, but GPS. You know, satellite positioning. That would tell you. And Harry's talking about putting that in here soon. Before I could escape, I had to hear again about how incorruptible Harry was. That's why they asked him to be RHA rep. He's got the reputation for being straight. And it pays off in the end. It's good for business, must be. The customers know he'll play fair with them. They come back to him again and again. It's his reputation that's kept him afloat when the competition's going bust. I didn't know where Harry Poole was, and I didn't want Still to be sitting here when he returned. I didn't think he'd be taken in by my story as easily as Kenny. Sitting in the bus on the way back to Newbiggin, I went over everything Kenny had told me. There was certainly scope for a scam at Harry's haulage, some illegal dealing for Thomas to discover and report to Shona Murray, but it must be clever to keep Kenny in the dark. I was sure he told me the truth as he saw it. If Poole was operating some elaborate fiddle, he had a lot to lose. His reputation was important to the business. The bus was slow and gave me plenty of time to think. By the time I got back to Seaview, I thought I wasn't the only person in the frame for Thomas's murder. If Farrier had me in for questioning again, I could put together a plausible case against Harry Poole, too. Chapter 19. A day later, I bought a car from Ronnie Lang. He phoned me at Jess's at 9 in the morning. She was out, and for a while I was tempted not to answer, but the caller was persistent and the noise was irritating. Jess was on her weekly trip to Asda. It was a social event. She met 4 mates there and ended up having fancy coffee and sticky buns with them in the cafe where once I'd been caught thieving. So eventually I picked up the phone and it was Ronnie Lang. I knew his voice at once. "Hello, Lizzie. That is Lizzie." His voice tailed off nervously, leaving a question. I'd never given him my second name. "Bezic," I said, Jess's name. "Lizzie Bezic." Why did I lie? I thought he might not have made the connection between me and the young woman who discovered his stepson's body, and I didn't want him to. The sensible thing would have been to put down the phone and to stay away from everyone who'd ever known Thomas Marriner, but I couldn't. I was too close to it and I couldn't see clearly. I continued briskly. "How can I help you?" "This is Mr. Lang, from the garage on the coast road. I think I might have found you a car. A little Peugeot, diesel, brilliant economy, good price." He gave me the details. There was no stammer. Perhaps it was easier for him to speak on the phone. I found I was writing down the information on the notepad on the hall table. Afterwards, I couldn't remember what he'd told me and was glad of the notes. It seemed to me then that his voice changed. He stopped being a salesman. His tone was more confiding. "Well," he asked, "are you interested?" Perhaps he was just selling something else. Perhaps I'd got him all wrong, and he was a more skillful salesman than I'd realised, more subtle. "Yes." I could hear a breathy nervousness, hoped he hadn't picked it up. "Yes, really, I think that I might be. I can bring it round to you, if you like. Let you have a test drive." But I didn't want him knowing where I lived, and we left it that I'd call round as soon as I could fix up a lift. When I replaced the receiver, I was shaking, not just with nerves, but with excitement. And what did that say about me? I phoned Dan at the hostel, hoping to con a lift from him. He owed me a favour, but I got through to Ellen, who told me it was his day off. She brought up the subject of Thomas before I did. She'd recognised my voice. "You must write a piece," she said, confusing me for a moment. I'd forgotten I'd told her I was a journalist. "How many young men have to die before something is done?" Then I remembered her son had been attacked on the streets and had died too. Thomas's death must have brought all those memories back. She must have realised she sounded a bit crazy because she apologised. "We're all on edge here. You must have seen about the boy who was killed in Seaton Delaval. He used to be one of our residents." How terrible. Trite and pathetic, but she seemed not to notice. "I find it so hard to let them go anyway," she said. "I mean, I know they have to move on, be more independent, but I hate it. I worry so much for them. After this, it will be 1,000 times worse." She paused. "But can you imagine what his mother would be going through?" For the first time since finding Thomas, I tried to understand. How would you feel if a child you never wanted, who was always a nuisance, died? I decided guilt is what you'd feel. A searing explosion of guilt. "Do you think I should go to see Mrs. Lang?" Ellen asked. "Or would that make things worse?" I muttered something about not being in a position to give advice and replaced the phone before she could drag me any further into her distress. But I couldn't stop thinking about it and repeated Ellen's question to myself. Should I go to see Kay? If I did, what point would it serve, for me or for her? Before I came anywhere near an answer, Jess staggered in, the fingers on both hands white, where 3 carrier bags in each had cut off the blood supply. I wasn't expecting her back so soon. She'd caught an earlier bus than usual, missing out on the coffee and buns. Perhaps she thought it wasn't safe to leave me alone for too long. She was starting to make me feel suffocated. I understood what was going on. As Ellen had said, it was hard to let go. But I was an adult, and Jess wasn't my mum. I needed to get away from her and Seaview before I said something hurtful. I needed a car. We hadn't seen much of Ray since Thomas's death. I don't think he and Jess had fallen out over me. He was too besotted by her to do anything to cause a disagreement. Perhaps he just felt he should spend a bit more time running his business, otherwise he'd go bankrupt and there'd be no cash then for visits to folk clubs or trips into the hills. The bloke from the garage phoned, I said to Jess. She had her head in a larder, putting away the tins of tuna and chopped tomatoes. He thinks he's found me a car. I wonder if Ray would be free sometime to give it the once-over. She was in a quandary then. She didn't want me to have a car. If I had a car, who knew what other scrapes I might get into? How many dead bodies might I stumble across? But she wanted Ray and me to get on. If he sorted me out a good deal, perhaps I'd be grateful to him, and I might not kick up too much of a fuss if she moved him in. I'll give him a ring, she said, emerging bum first from the pantry. See how he's fixed. He's only working down at Sandy Bay. Put the kettle on, pet. He'll probably fancy a brew when he gets here. No competition then. Ray would win every time. I'd got what I wanted, and I still didn't like it. It was a sunny day with a gusty wind, the sort of day that makes school kids flighty and wild. As soon as I was out of the house, I had the urge to run, along the beach and far up the coast, away from Jess and Ray and the neighbours across the lane who were peering out from behind their nets to see the lassie who was caught up with that murder case. But I didn't. I got into Ray's van and drove south with him towards the city, proving to Jess and myself that I was sane and well-behaved. When I got out at the garage, Ronnie appeared at the office door immediately, as if he'd been waiting for me. I noticed again how small he was, then forgot it at once as he came closer. There was that smile and a handshake, and I was hooked once more. A boy had died, and I was a suspect in a murder inquiry, but none of that mattered, because a middle-aged man seemed to find me attractive. And at that moment I didn't even see anything wrong with it. I was an addict who'd had another hit. It didn't occur to me then to wonder why he was at the garage in the first place. It was less than a week since his stepson had been stabbed. Even if he didn't care about Thomas, shouldn't he have been at home comforting his wife? All I could think of then was that I wanted to touch him again. I wanted to slide my hand from the back of his fingers to his wrist, then up the sleeve of his jacket, stroking the fine hair against the way it was lying. Which was sick, of course. He was a married man, old enough to be my father. But there was something about him which provoked that reaction. I would see it again with other women. Despite his apparent shyness, he had an energy which was contagious, which made the people who were with him feel more alive too. You could see it in the way he moved. He had a controlled power. You must have seen those slow-motion wildlife films on the telly of wild cats moving across grassland. That's what he made me think of. He had a great body. Anyone would have been impressed by it. And I tell myself now that I was vulnerable, under stress, in need of comfort and reassurance. He was speaking. I've already had one offer. I must have looked blank, stupid. For the car. I couldn't take it, of course, not after having promised it to you. Oh, I managed to grin. Right. You are still interested? Sure. I can take you out for a test drive, if you like. I looked over to the office. I had supposed he must have someone else working for him. The garage was surely too big to run single-handed. I'm on my own this afternoon, he said, as if he guessed my thoughts. It still didn't tell me how many people worked for him. It doesn't matter, though. I'll just lock up. To be honest, my heart's not really into selling today. There's been a death in the family. He looked out across the busy dual carriageway as if he were lost in thought. I'm sorry. I stepped back and tried to put a bit of distance between him and me so I could think more clearly. Look, I can always come back. There's no rush. If you'd just prefer to go home. No, he said quickly. I couldn't face that either. I'm better off here. I need to keep busy. It doesn't do to brood. Was it someone close? For a moment, I could almost believe I didn't know. I suppose that's what acting's all about. You have to believe yourself into the part. Perhaps that's where Dan goes wrong. I turned to listen to Ronnie, but a lorry rattling down the coast road blanked out his answer. Sorry? My stepson, he said. He was murdered. We weren't as close as I would have liked, but he didn't deserve that. He was only 19. I wanted to tell him that I'd found the body and that I'd known Thomas's natural father. It would have been something to connect us and a good story. But I didn't. Some impulse for self-preservation stopped me. The same impulse which made me refuse when Ronnie offered to drop me home after the test drive. If your dad wants to go, he said, we can drive you all the way home in this. It'll give you a real feel for the car. The thought of Ray as my dad entertained me for a moment. I couldn't really imagine that he'd had a fling with a gypsy when he'd been a young man, but perhaps he had hidden depths. I didn't explain our relationship to Ronnie, though. The less he knew about me, the better. Nah, I said, I can't be that long. He'll not mind, and besides, he'll want to check it out before I part with my money. I explained to Ray what was happening, and he settled down for the afternoon with his Ramblers Association newsletter and his yowly music. If he resented not going back to work, he didn't show it. It was strange to be driving again. I'd always loved it. It had come naturally to me. Something about the way the hands and the feet and the eyes all worked together. It had been a symbol, too, of my new respectability because I'd done it properly. I paid for driving lessons from my first wages, bought a car from a mate of Jess's after having asked the RAC to report on it, got it an MOT and a tax disc before taking it onto the road. The kids from the home would have been horrified. Most of them had been driving since they were 10. That first car had taken me all over the county, places I'd only heard people talk about. On days off, I'd go exploring, north as far as Berwick, inland to Wooler and Rothbury, a stomp along an empty beach or over the hill, then afternoon tea in a little caff. Brilliant. I pulled out of Ronnie's garage and drove east towards the coast, thinking too hard at first about the gear changes, fumbling for the indicator, though he'd told me where to find it. Soon it was coming automatically, no thought needed. He was right. It was a nice little car. I hadn't intended to go very far, but we hit the end of the dual carriageway before I'd realised. There was a view of the sea, the wind blowing the waves into white spray, and the spire of the big church on the front of Cullercoats. I remembered going to a carol concert there one Christmas with my primary school choir. Ronnie and I hadn't spoken all the way. Sorry, I said. I didn't mean to come so far. I got carried away. I'll take us back now. It's a shame about your dad. What do you mean? A day like this. You just feel like driving, he continued. His voice was suddenly angry, mirroring my thoughts and memories in a way that scared me. I mean, out of the town, away from all these people. Yours is a strange business to be in, I said, if you like open spaces. Didn't you ever want to do anything else, live somewhere else? I have responsibilities, a family to support, and I'm a countryman at heart. Country people need cars more than people who live in towns. I didn't know what to say, so I indicated at the roundabout to show I wanted to go back towards the city. He must have realised how intense he sounded because he snapped suddenly back into salesman mode. You drive very well. For a woman. I wanted to lighten the mood too. I didn't say that. Most of the best drivers I know are women. He paused. Why haven't you got a car now? Accident? Nah, I said. I was pleased that the conversation had taken a less threatening turn. Nothing like that. I've been abroad for a while, that's all. You're very lucky. I've always wanted to travel. I managed a bit when I was younger. Now it's not so easy. Where did you go? Morocco. Really? A friend of mine said Morocco was his favourite place and he'd been all over. You might have heard of him. The gardener, Philip Sampson. I was too shocked to say anything. At the time, I couldn't take in the implication that Philip's world and Thomas's had met through Ronnie Lang. All I felt was another stab of loss. Chapter 20. My first solo trip in the car was back to Wintry Law. It was a compulsion. something I'd been planning at the back of my mind since the interview with Farrier. My memory of Philip's funeral glittered, sharp and hard-edged as cut glass. I remembered the silhouette of Dickon wading out from the empty beach towards the horizon, Joanna's foot on the spade in the churchyard, Stuart Howden's face as he mouthed the words of unfamiliar hymns in the little dusty church. But according to Farrier, my memory was unreliable, tricked by the chemicals in the brain. I needed to check that the details of the place were as I imagined them, that the wildflowers in the wood, the house with the slate roof tiles and tall chimneys weren't a fiction I'd created. I decided to take a picnic. That seemed enough to keep Jess off my back. Perhaps she thought a woman who took the trouble to make a pile of cheese and pickle sandwiches was unlikely to get into mischief. I couldn't see the logic myself, but it convinced her. "Will you be back for your tea?" she asked. She was expecting Ray for the afternoon, and I thought the question wasn't prompted so much by concern for me, but because she wanted to know how long they'd have on their own together. "No," I was feeling generous. "I'll stop on the coast somewhere, that place in Amble maybe, get some fish and chips." I hadn't told her I was intending to go back to Wintrylow, but she must have had some last-minute premonition that this wasn't just a day out, because she shouted after me when I was halfway across the yard, "Just take care." Guilty, perhaps, because she'd put her enjoyment ahead of my safety for once. It was a Saturday, the weather still and hot again, like the day of Philip's funeral, and it was probably the sunshine which had prompted me to make the trip. I couldn't expect Wintrylow to match up to my memory in mist or rain. I'd started off in jeans and t-shirt, but just before leaving went upstairs and changed into the white dress. It was loose around my hips, and I thought I must have lost a little weight. It's good for the figure, being the suspect in a murder inquiry. I wanted to find the back road into the estate, to take the secret, unused track between the stone pillars and through the wood. Ray would have pointed out the spot on the map, but he still hadn't arrived, and once the picnic was packed, I wanted to be off. The map wouldn't mean much to me, and I thought once I was in the area I'd recognise the landmarks, the overgrown hawthorn hedges, and the way the trees came right down to the lane. In the event, I must have approached the house from a completely different direction. I suppose it was the road along which Howden had driven me to Morpeth, but were gone so quickly then that I'd not taken in any features of the countryside. And on that day, the route had been deserted. All the other mourners had left before us. Today, the lane was packed with traffic, all moving slowly in the same direction. I followed a silver Range Rover, then turned a corner and had to brake sharply behind it and a queue of cars. There was nothing to do but wait and inch forward with the flow. None of the other drivers showed any curiosity about the hold-up. There was no resentment, no blaring of horns. Almost there was a carnival atmosphere. From my wound-down window I heard distant music. In the Range Rover, 2 little girls were strapped in the back. They turned to wave down at me. They had pink ribbons in their hair and sparkly makeup. Even they seemed resigned to wait patiently for the traffic to clear. Eventually the cars began to move. We turned another corner, and there was a view of the house caught in full sunlight, framed on one side by the church and on the other by trees. In my memory, I always saw it from another angle, but it was the same place. A little shabbier, and not quite so grand perhaps, but don't we always enhance the pictures in our heads over time? There was no fiction, here at least. I could see now what had caused the queue. All the cars were turning into the drive, and at the gate stopped to pay an entrance fee. Wintrylow was hosting some sort of event or open day. At least it provided an excuse for my being there and wandering around the grounds. It couldn't have worked out better. As I approached the gate myself, I realised it was the church's summer fair. A notice painted onto a piece of tarpaulin and strung across the drive explained it. In aid of St. Bede's roof repair, £5 per vehicle. The woman collecting the money apologised for the steepness of the entrance fee. We were hoping to encourage car sharing. Joanna's idea. Philip was a great environmentalist, and it does include tea. She had cropped grey hair and was wearing a loose jacket of velvet patchwork, strangely exotic for the occasion. Her voice was familiar. I thought she was the elderly woman I'd heard discussing Philip's Cornish garden at the funeral. I drove on and was waved into a parking space by a teenage lad with a scowl and acne. He had a power complex and made me reverse and come in again close to the neighbouring car. So close that I had to squeeze out, holding the edge of my door. I didn't want